Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah, Angel. Get the cup. The cup is right there. Get the cup you drinking out.
Halliburton. Halliburton.
Want some water?
Halliburton.
No cup. Stop, Angel. You can get me shoe on. I didn't turn it off. You turned it off. Don't break the wall. That's the credit. This is what I'm running for credit.
Oh, hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up.
Got everything.
Shit, I'm forgetting one important thing.
Thank you. Amen. All of it.
Grandma.
Yeah.
Excuse me, y'all. I'll be right back. I gotta get myself situated. Gotta get my drink and yeah.
Like you love me at least. That's how they don't hug me. What is this? That ain't no hug. What is this? You put your arm around people. There's the kind of man. Love you. I love you too. I need to work behind you.
Come to me, don't be scared.
Something don't be scared. Follow that up. Bye, y'all.
Oh man, it's dark.
Keep that thing. I told you it was dark too. Keep that up. Stay right there. It'll be all day. Come on with the stuff. Woo!
Come here, y'all. Here. Give me 1 second.
Sweet Jesus, it's cold. Woo!
Woo! Lord. right. Waiting for my team to get here with me. Woo! Just the way I need my hot chocolate. Nice and warm. Yeah. Right. Got my pen. No, I don't. Where's my pen? Okay, here it is. Got it. Got my notes. Got all I need. Everything I need. Except for the damn light. And my remote. Woo! Should I leave it off? Probably leave it off. I don't know. Alrighty. All right. What up, everybody? My Drop Squad. Drop Squad family. Drop Squad. I'm in the wrong account. Hmm. All right. Pause for right now. 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 All right. hot chocolate. Good to go. All right, everybody. I feel like I'm in a bad. What the hell? Okay. All right. So let's get it. All right. Now, as promised earlier, try to wait for my team to show up first. You know what? I'll wait for my team to show. Get here first. Hurry up. Also, give me a chance to finish my hot chocolate. Wow. Waiting for them. Make sure I got all my correct notes together. Because I don't want to miss anything tonight. And I don't want to miss a thing. All right, that wasn't my best Steven Tyler impression. I'm much better in my car. Windows rolled up, especially in the summertime. Last time music like a maniac. Woo! So tonight, I'm going to be covering. We are how many days away from Halloween? When is Halloween? Sunday night? I believe Halloween is on Sunday night. So for me, rather, that means one good thing. I finally get to go in on Jason. No, not that scary motherfucker Jason that y'all be scared of every year. I'm talking about the real Jason, the one that the movie Jason is really based off of. The Jason I'm talking about. What's wrong? Why are you crying? You said he had to go home? Aww. Angel always gets sad when my little nephew has to go back home. I know you wanted him to stay, but he said he wanted to go back home. He'll be back. Don't worry. Never seen anything like that. I never really I seen before people making videos on YouTube back in the early internet social media days when YouTube was just good for watching animal, cat, and dog videos while at work in your cubicle at the workspace. See dog videos all the time, like dogs being so attached to their owners or members of their family. Angel here, my little scrappy dude. Oh, come on, pick you up. Well, she want to be up here with us. I'll let you rock with us tonight since you're lonely. Say hello. Hey, Drop Squad. What's up? How y'all doing? Drop Squad family. Hello. My name is Angel. I run things around here in the house. Willa is my employee. I'm in control. I run the house. At least she thinks she does. But yeah, seen videos where dogs are attached to, their family, their loved ones. Dogs think of us humans as a part of their pack. So when my little nephew, who recently just turned 3 at the beginning of this month, October. When he was about just a couple of weeks old, I never forget it. My sister needed a ride to his doctor, take him to his first, pediatric doctor's visit, right? Locked herself out the house and ended up locking the keys in the house. So she was already running late. Didn't feel like, calling somebody to help her get in. So she called me to come pick him up and take him to the, his little doctor's appointment. So I did. And I brought this little rag, little love muffin here with me, because I always usually take her everywhere. And she's very attached to my sister anyway, because my sister is the one that bought her for me as a surprise. When I was 20? Before I turned 21. Yeah, I was about 20. Anyway, she's always been attached to my sister. So when my sister called for me to come pick her up, she was there with me in the car. And she's my little nephew ever since. So that's why she's whining. Hey, there's my sis. What up, Faye? Hey, greetings. You there, sis? I forgot you gotta give folks time with the audio sometimes. Woo! Good hot chocolate. So yeah, if y'all hear her whimpering and whining in the background, y'all will know why. She just watched my little nephew go home. Like I said, dogs, they can surprise you. You'd be surprised at how dogs really get attached, not only to you as their owner, but to the rest of the family. I never seen her have tears in her eyes when she saw him for the first time when he was just a little infant, little baby. And my sister was carrying him in the little baby carrier, that they have. And she put him in the back seat of my car. And Angel was there with me in my lap as I'm driving. She knew my sister already, but she didn't know what was in that carrier. But at the same time, now that I went, looking back on it, as I think about it, I think dogs can sense when you have newborns around you, And without my sister having the carrier turned around where you could see him, you have to put the baby seats in and they can't be facing like we face the windshield, they have to be facing like back, to the driver or whatever. And she didn't see her at all. And I'll never forget it. She just kept on just whimpering and barking, kind of like she just did a second ago. Sad. Well, not sad then, but she knew something was up while she was sitting there in the car with me. And I think she figured it out without me having to tell her that there's a baby now in the car in the back seat. So I always think about that, and it's just amazing how animals, how dogs can be, little dogs can be, So, so like I said, if y'all hear her whining at any point, or me talking, or if I stop tonight talking, and you'll know why, because she'll be sitting at my feet like she normally does, and watching the front door because she just seen him go home. So it's all right, he'll be back. All right, y'all. Greetings, 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 greetings. Sister Faye is in the building. We got one. How you doing, sis? You ain't missed nothing. I'm still waiting on those late brothers of ours.
Oh, okay then. I'm just trying to find my charger to
Yeah.
get my phone about to go dead. So
Oh man.
yeah, I've been out all day.
Ah, I don't want that. Well, yeah, go try to
I
find you. Do you
found
know where it's
it.
at?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, okay, cool, cool. We definitely don't want you to miss now that you're here with us. Got a good show, great show.
All right then.
Yes, yes. So I'm gonna get into it. Now that you here, at least, I like to always have at least one person in the audience with me. I said on my Instagram, I told everybody, I said I'm gonna start the show early tonight. O had called me at what time was it? It was like I think it was like 11:30 going on 12 earlier today this afternoon. He had
Uh-huh.
he had hit me up and we got to talking about a whole lot of stuff like these drones out here, these clones and things like that. And I had already been on another friend of mine Instagram live show that he did on his page, and we got to talking about a whole lot of stuff. And he invited me to his show. Name is Bounty. What is it? Bounty Hunter. The name of his IG page. But anyway, Jason Delgado is his name. He had me on this morning with him. He invited me about around 9 o'clock this morning, and I really enjoyed that, and I appreciate it. So I invited him to our show tonight as well. So hopefully he'll be here soon when it gets time. Oh, excuse me. Um, man, I'm so sorry, sis. I'm always catching hiccups, man. Woo. All right. But yeah, he was nice, invited me to his show. I reached out to him actually because I saw his post just scrolling down my timeline. On Instagram they got it where you don't really have to follow people. You can follow hashtags. So like if a word is that you want to keep, yourself up to date with, you put the hashtag and then write whatever it is that the type of post that you're looking for. So the post, it was about the subject of, Tartaria,
Okay.
artery, and as you know, sis, or you probably finding out, it's Tartaria is a part of the Moorish Empire, and just
Mm.
another word for Moors, really. We got a lot of words for us as Moors, which is amazing. So that's how how powerful we are across this world. It's
Mm-hmm.
man, it's just amazing. So I saw his post that he did, and me, I just, whenever I see something that's very knowledge based, and it's about learning, and having good conversation with other people on things, how you already
Right.
know how me and you met, so it's kind of the same thing. I was just on my Instagram minding my business, and I seen a post, somebody talking about Tartaria, and I just replied back to him because he had someone else on his page in his comment section who had posted a good question, and I just kind of just hopped in and just gave them some references because they had asked in the post themselves, what are some good reference points or like books to study from and learn more about this subject of Tartaria, of Tartary. So me being a history buff, I jumped in and just excuse me, gave as much information as I could, not putting too much, on there, because I don't like to do that on other people's pages and just hog up the, comment section. So I just made maybe one or two little comment posts and just, gave some good insight, good information on where to start from and things to, just really look at when you go back in time and you say to yourself that you want to study these certain time periods. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that happened, and it caught his attention naturally because it is his post on his page or whatever. And he said he'd love to have me on his show, and I got to talking with him. We got to exchanging info and just talking even more on the subject. So it was real good.
Oh,
He posted the episode this morning of his show. It's on my Instagram right now. I'll try to send it to you. I know you're on Facebook, so I hope it might I might be able to send it to you through Facebook, because I know you don't have Instagram.
no, I
Just
don't.
yeah. Or I'll just try to. I'll figure out how to show it to you. But anyway, it was just a great conversation and episode, and what I spoke about this morning. When I arrived to the show finally, I came in a little late. I was supposed to be on at 9 with them, but I didn't know whether he was Central or Eastern or what, so I kind of almost overslept on my nap, even though I set the alarm on my phone. But
Uh,
anyway, when I got on, I was just telling him things about the subject of Tartaria, and also I said, since we're so close to Halloween right now, I just told him the story of how when you celebrate Halloween and you put the jack-o'-lantern on your porches and stuff, you put the pumpkins outside your door. I explained to him and his audience what that means, and it's really it's indication. That's what it is. That's the word I'm looking for. It's indicating that with you celebrating this, you put the pumpkin outside your house to represent that you are down and cheerful of the fact that this is a like pagan holiday and a ritual that celebrates the death, not only the death, but the usurpation and the dethroning of the Moorish Empire, especially the Ottoman Empire, which are our cousins anyway, the Ottomans over in Turkey.
mm-hmm.
I explained to him how with Halloween, it's funny how when it comes to this, they always, if you notice in the scary movies, it's always a haunted house that's what they call Victorian era.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? It's always
Yeah,
them old houses.
right.
You know, we still have them down in what they calling it these days. Is it the Arkansas Historic District still,
Yeah,
or
exactly what it's called.
it is? Okay, so yeah, you already know where I'm going with it. down in that area, they have all those old houses, and it's from the 1800 style architecture. And
Mm-hmm.
I told him in his audience, I said, isn't it, it's it's not a coincidence that they do this.
Right.
These are the how it's funny how these type of houses in every scary movie that people make, that Hollywood ever makes, it's funny that it's always a house that looks just like this from the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's real strange, and it's even more strange that nobody ever picks up on that. But
Mm-hmm.
as we grow older, at least in my cases, and feel free to say if this is the same for you when you were my age. Is for me, yeah, as children, we love to enjoy ourselves as kids, play games and just have fun, being carefree and all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for me growing up, I remember what it felt like when I just grew out of just wanting to watch cartoons all day long after school.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, older you get in elementary and like you go into middle school, what they call junior high, you kind of phase out of watching cartoons a little bit. And you start to get into TV shows where it actually has real people, in it. Not cartoons, but real people, like everyday, like human beings on the screen. And just going through whatever they're going through, you get intrigued and into those type of stories, you know like kind of like soap opera people. It's always some type of problem each episode, and it's really what you're doing. You're watching the human psyche as it evolves on screen with people. That's all you're really watching, and noticing the habits that people have.
Mm.
So for me, I remember what it was like when I just one day was just tired of just watching cartoons. And it would be my favorite cartoons. That's the thing about it. But you kind of grow out of it a little bit, and then you venture into more grown up type of TV. Well, not necessarily grown up, but um just more real, I guess you would say, if that makes
Mhm.
sense. Well,
Mhm.
anyway, anyway, I don't know what's going on with me, sis. Hold on. Oh wait, it never fails. Every time the state fair come, here come the cold weather.
Right.
Every time, it never fails.
Never.
Uh, so anyway, oh Lord, what was I saying? Oh, about the 100 houses. Yeah. It became obvious to me. It's like I stopped celebrating Halloween like a long time ago. I just felt like I don't know what it is about this little holiday, but I don't know if I really should be enjoying it the way that other people do, because it always seemed kind of morbid in a way to me. It's
Mm-hmm.
like something ain't right. Kind of got that eerie little vibe to it, and you not. It's like you're not. You feel kind of like, should I really be indulging in this or whatever?
Right. I feel.
Yeah, and so I just once I learned more about what pagan is and what pagan holidays mean and all this and that, that's one of the reasons I really started looking at church funny and being in the whole Christianity thing. Because how is it every Sunday the preacher is sitting up in the pulpit talking about the devil, but when October 31st come, they hosting the Halloween, get together in the church, in the dining hall or whatever.
Right. Right.
I'm like, wait a minute, huh?
Something ain't right, huh?
Right. I'm like, wait a minute, this don't feel right. And I would be there, I would be like kind of feeling like at any moment a lightning bug gonna strike through this damn church for what they got us doing in here, celebrating Halloween, which is really Day of the Dead, if you really,
Right.
you know, and you really think about it. And that's exactly what it is. And I'm just like, wait a minute. You spend every Sunday out of the year talking to us about how the devil is and the ways of the devil. But then when Halloween come around, it's like, oh, it's a free pass day. Like we at a parking meter or something. You know, it's just you can park here today without paying the toll, you know.
Oh, I hear you now.
Huh?
I said, I hear you now.
Yeah, it's like something this don't wait. This don't strike y'all as odd. Like it's like we getting a free pass to cheat on your significant other.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it just always was just kind of funny with me, you know. So once I noticed if they okay with us celebrating Halloween in the church, but they know that they've taught us as the youth in the church that the devil is a trickster and a bad, I don't know, is the devil a person? I guess, or wait, not necessarily a person, but it's just a bad energy vessel. I'll say that.
Okay. Well, I mean, esoterically, the devil is just your lower nature.
Yeah, that thing,
Mhm.
yeah, that lower nature. So it's like y'all are giving a pass for us to just let our lower nature just run wild up in the church tonight, huh? Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
You with me? Did that make sense?
I hear you talking.
So, you know, with that, I got to talking and explaining to people on his show this morning that when you look at Halloween, you should be mindful of what it is that you're really celebrating and
Okay.
what we really celebrating as so-called Black people. We're celebrating the event and the jubilation and the annual, I guess you would say, annual renewal of us being dead to the world.
Mm.
You know, think about, remember when Michael Jackson did the Thriller video?
Uh-huh.
All the dead folks came back to life, dancing and jigging in the middle of the street and shit, just shimmying and shit, and just, oh,
Yeah, that's exactly what they was doing.
just getting it, right?
All right.
So when I think about it, I'm like, wait, why does the world really dig this damn holiday? Out of every holiday that the world has to celebrate, I noticed that when it comes to the fall, autumn, from
Mm.
Halloween to New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, it's all about the fall of us, falling from our throne, falling from our rightful place, you know, on the throne, you know, as the kings and queens and the emperors in the world.
Mm.
So I've always said to myself, I said, what is it about Halloween that just white people just be going crazy out here, just enjoying and getting drunk off their ass, loose as a goose, and as my father used to say, drunk as a skunk and drunker than Cooter Brown out here. I
Udo
still,
Brown.
I still to this day don't know who Cooter Brown is,
Oh, girl, me either.
but my father always said that, drunker than Cooter Brown out here, you know? And that right there led me to just be on this kind of quest to just finding out. I want to know what's up. Why are they always so happy around
Well,
October 31st? You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like I ain't never seen no shit like that. Like who celebrates folks being dead like this? You know what I'm saying? It's not like a funeral like how we do when we in New Orleans. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? In New Orleans, it's like a Mardi Gras festival almost, but it's a
Mm.
send off. So it's not necessarily anything evil, really, if you think about it with them. But with this Halloween stuff with these white folks, that's where I gotta ask the question, like, what the fuck is up with y'all? Why are y'all a little too damn happy today?
Just happy.
Every single year, what the hell are y'all celebrating? Like for real, for real.
Mm-mm,
You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
Cause I don't get it. I mean, I know alcohol is a hell of a thing,
Mm-hmm.
but to the point where y'all just so goddamn happy to drink y'all self just to, I don't know, just to lower nature or whatever. I don't understand. I want to know what it is that y'all so fucking happy about and why y'all enjoy your pumpkin spice lattes, your pumpkin pie this, your pumpkin that. You know, what's with y'all and pumpkins? You know what I'm saying?
Ah!
So then it hit me. It hit me one day. I got to studying about the Ottoman Empire. And you know, as far as Moorish history goes, the Ottoman Empire is something that is very, very much a testament of our last stand in the world as an empire, believe it or not. They like to say that the 1492, when we got ran out of Spain, that was just it for us, but it really wasn't. You know, they still, the Ottoman Empire was still standing for a few more centuries after 1492. And
All
that's
right.
why it ended around what, 1917 or 1919, around the First World War.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what set off the First World War, because of what this this I don't know, this Lawrence of Arabia.
Take your time.
Lawrence of Arabia and what he did. Oh my God, that's the smoking gun. That's the key that everybody's missing. And because people don't understand, our people don't, they love, we, for some reason, sis, we love to talk about we was kings and queens,
Mm.
but none of them ever want to talk about how they fell from that
Mm.
position. What happened? If we were kings and queens, then what the fuck happened?
Come on now.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm with you that, yeah, we the number one on the planet. Yeah, it ain't, it's us. It ain't but two people on planet Earth. That's the Asiatic people, us, and then there's
Mm.
the Albion.
That's
That's
it.
it,
And
right?
everybody else is amalgamated.
Absolutely. Mameluke. Amalgamated Mameluke, uh what they call the squire boys, or the every time you see Queen Elizabeth, you see the men in the red jackets at the Buckingham Palace. The
Mm-hmm.
butler, those are your what you just said, um
Amalgamated.
amalgamated Moors. Well, not Moors, they were just amalgamated eunuchs. Amalgamated eunuchs or just amalgamated Mameluke soldiers or whatever. But that's the reason why they have to wear those coats. It ain't that they royals, it's that they are owned by the king or the queen. That's what that is, you know. So yeah, like I was saying, we love to bring up this, oh, we was kings and queens, but nobody ever is following up with that after that sentence and saying what they, how they lost it. So
Okay.
what I do, huh?
I'm just with you. All right now.
Yeah. So hold on, let me make sure, because I had turned it off. My bad. Hold up. There we go. Oh, okay, am I still on the YouTube? I think it's still on there. I want to make sure I don't forget this footage so I don't have to do it over. So anyway, where was we at? Uh,
Everybody keeps forgetting.
yeah. They never follow up with what happened to them. Huh?
Well, how we fail.
Yeah. Nobody ever follows up with that sentence on how we failed.
Mm-hmm.
So we kings and queens, but don't nobody know what the hell happened, how we get kicked out of our own palace and shit. Huh? Okay. All right. That's what we doing, people. All right. We kings and queens, huh? Where's our advisor at? Where's the pasha at? Don't nobody even know what a pasha or advisor is, do they?
Mm. Don't tell them, sis.
A pasha is the advisor, your right hand man, just like your visor. This is where the term advisor comes from.
Mm-hmm.
This is what, feeling me? This is where all this comes from, people. In order to be someone powerful, you can't maintain the power of the world just by yourself alone.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible, right? You have to have help along the way. As much as we like to say sometimes, I don't need nobody help, I'm good on my own. No, it don't work like that. It really don't. Because the way Allah works, he don't put every egg in the same basket, and each basket, each egg to each basket, God, he scatters around, spreads us all around. And if you lucky to keep following your heart in life, trust in your heart, trust in your mind and your soul, trust in your gut, and not getting caught up in the everyday fickle mindedness of society, then you're lucky to be a good ruler. But those who get caught up out here, if you get caught up, guess what? Those who get caught get eaten in the water, in the oceans, be it by a fisherman or be it by a shark or orca whale or whatever. Free will it. If you get caught, you get caught, right? So you have to have other people around you that you trust, because when you got power, people are gonna come for you no matter what. That's just how this whole little movie or story or whatever you want to call your life goes. That's just it. So the way that we really officially fell from grace, it was not in 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, the way that they like to tell us in school. It's not like that at all, people. Don't believe what they tell us, what they tell y'all when y'all are in school. Do not let people lead you into believing that your demise came that easy from a conquistador and possibly what, a Gentile. Was Columbus Jewish, or he might have been a Jew, like probably I don't know, Moorish Jews or whatever. He had to be something. No, he had to be Catholic, because with Isabella and Ferdinand, they just weren't having any more Moors in Spain. It was like, oh hell no, y'all get to get the fuck up out of here. So Columbus was probably the same way, because they're not. This is how vile Isabella was. She hated Moors, even though her and Ferdinand grandfather Sancho was a Moor. This is what they mean when they say men in power, when they sometimes when they reach their demise, they die by their own swords. This is one of those times. And when I say sword, people, I'm not talking about a metal sword that's forged in iron and molten lava and iron and hammered out. I'm talking about a man's a sword, his phallus, his penis, whatever. That's what
Okay.
I'm talking about when I mean that they will die by their own swords. And that's saying, what that saying is implicating, what that saying means in translation is, depending on your kids and your descendants, you may want to be careful, because sometimes children don't have lovey-dovey relationships with their parents.
Mm.
And when it comes to power,
Mm-hmm.
especially, sometimes they'll kill you just to get you out of the way so they can get to the throne even quicker. And that's exactly what happened with the two of them, these two cousins. Or what? I believe they were cousins, or either brother and sister or something like that. It was an incestuous thing though, that I do remember. Anyway, yeah, Sancho fell by his own sword. Had his
Mm-hmm.
own kids, doing him in. This is why you got to be careful, folks, about who you go out here and fall in love and procreate with from a race that's not your own.
Mm.
I know you sports players, y'all love to go be chasing these Helenas of Troy, these daughters of Rome.
Mm.
And what does daughter of Rome mean? It means Catholic people, Catholicism. That's what that means. A son and a daughter of Rome
Mm-hmm.
means that you are a Catholic, not a Moor, not Islam is not your religion that you devote yourself to. You choose the other one, the lesser. Instead of getting the world's tree, the Yggdrasil, the bonsai tree, you go for the less, what they call these trees with the leaves, oak tree or something, maybe. I don't know. You see them a lot. You know, we in Arkansas, so it can be a multitude of them. But you get what I'm saying. Hopefully. Anyway, moving right along. Halloween, man, oh man. They get us real good when we children. They really do. They know how to get us hooked on Halloween, don't they? Candy this, Candyland here, Candyland, and they're just candy. They know how to get you. And then we wonder why, as Black people, when we become adults like we are now, we wonder why we still in the same position, which is pretty much stuck in place and going nowhere fast.
Okay.
Because white man, the Albion, done figured us out a long time ago.
All right now.
Once they figured out we like to be flashy, we love our vanity, we love to be on this black don crack, dressed to the nines with our diamonds and gold all on us, adorned, looking like a chandelier in the room. They figured us out. They were like, oh, it don't take much to overthrow these fools.
Uh-oh.
Give them a little chance to get some change, and if they desperate, they'll do some strange things.
Girl.
Before you know it, you got the heirs to the throne in your hand like silly putty. So that's what happens. Hey, brother Daoud, what up, bro? So this is what happens when you look back on history and you see all of these bloodlines kind of being, the waters of the bloodline kind of being muddied, mixed You know, like the Medicis, for instance. Who are the Medicis? The Medicis were Venetian bankers. And, you know, they were the architects of what we know as central banking today. Central banking, you know, that's the whole, that's some Venetian shit right there. That's some Medici type of shit. Excuse me. Man. So anyway, you want to get out? Go ahead. Anyway, when it comes to Halloween again, like I said, what they get us to celebrate is our demise when they killed us. Just like New Year's Eve, the ball drop. That ball drop symbolizes us being decapitated like the headless horseman, like Ichabod in the Toad. The headless horseman. He's got a pumpkin for a head and he riding on his horse. Remember that cartoon? Be riding in the dark at night through the park or wherever. On that damn horse. Ain't got no head, scaring the shit out of whoever come across it. Right? The turbans that you see Turks wearing, that you see Moors wearing, Ottomans. Isn't Ottoman not just an empire, but didn't they turn Ottoman into a furniture fixture? Seat.
Girl, shut up.
Yeah. That's where it comes from. The Ottoman, like in your bedroom suit or whatever, or in your living room, you got a little Ottoman chair, little round chair that you sit on. That's where it's yeah, that's where it's coming from. And why you think they call it the Ottoman?
Make your enemy your footstool.
Woo! Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, gotta give you that James Brown. Good job for you, Faye. I like that. Free point, the 3-pointer. I like that from you. Make the enemy your footstool. That's exactly what that is. So when you go out, let's say you go to Cleo's Furniture. It's a furniture store out here in Arkansas, where me and Faye live, people, by the way. Go to Cleo's Furniture, you want to get yourself a new some new furniture, you got a new job or whatever, you balling now. They got Ottomans in the showcase room. You sit on it and it's round. Very round. That's where it's coming from. Sitting, making the enemy your footstool. Like I said, New Year's Eve is about what? The ball drop. What does the ball drop represent? Heads rolling, cut off, out of there. Finito, out, you're gone. So, like I was saying, from October the 31st to December 31st, we are being made to celebrate the killing of our ancestors and the usurping of our ancestral thrones across the world. Y'all follow me? Y'all still with me?
I'm here, sis. Go ahead. Have your way. Take your time.
We are being made to have this amnesia. It's very sick how it happens, by the way. They very slick with it. How they make us celebrate it as children. They tell us, oh, it's all about just going from house to house, ringing doorbell, trick or treat, smell my feet. give me something good to eat, or whatever, and they give you candy. They get the kids hooked in on that tip. But the older you get throughout your years, you're no longer a kid anymore. You become a teenager. You grow out of your pubescent stages of life, and then you get to be an adult in your 20s and 30s. You start to understand something about this feels like I'm participating in a fucking ritual. And you are. Halloween is a ritual. Point blank, period. Just like they're trying to make us wear these masks every single day. Even in some states, someone told me that they were trying to mandate it where you're going to have to wear the mask even when you're inside your own car by yourself.
Mm.
I think O told me that this afternoon. I'm not sure. I have to check. But someone told me that.
In your car.
Yeah, in your car. You minding your own business.
Mm.
So that's another form of rituals right there, because just like Dawn told me this as well. Hope she comes tonight. Dawn said a few shows ago with us, she had this theory about the way that on social media, on Instagram, people do these hashtags and these challenges.
Mm-hmm.
And each and every week, it seems like it's something new that people are doing. That's not a coincidence.
Right.
But it never dawned on me until she brought it to my attention and said it. And then after she said, I was like, yo, you might be on to something, sis. I never thought of it like that.
Right.
But then when you look at it, you got all these kids, these high school. It's not even just high school and middle school kids anymore. It's kids in elementary with their own iPhones and their own smartphones and their own TikTok accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Doing these challenges.
Right.
Why is social media so surrounded by always doing challenges so fucking much? What is that? And why is Hollywood, every time you look around, you look on TV, you see like E Hollywood or E News or whatever out in Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight or whatever. They, as journalists, are talking about people doing these challenges as well. And they even show the celebrities getting in on it. So with the celebrities getting in on it even more, that means it's a better probability for many other people around the world who knows so-and-so celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
And they catch on and see, oh, if their favorite movie star is doing it, they can do it too. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a ritual. So what we seeing today with these masks, I don't think people are really wearing these masks anymore just to prevent themselves out of fear of getting sick. I have seen a few celebrities, such as like Jennifer Aniston, J-Lo, Hollywood, stars, actresses and stuff. And they posting pictures and saying, wear a effing mask. Just wear a fucking mask. That's the hashtag on some of them. You can look it up for yourselves, people. And they are doing this. So what I'm saying is it seems like it's no longer about even getting sick. Wearing a face mask right now, to me, what it looks like is if you wear a face mask, then that means that you are complying with whatever it is that the media tells you. You are complying with whatever the media tells you to be afraid of. You're complying with when the media tells you what not to be afraid of. You're complying when the media tells you, don't do this, don't do that. Don't listen to this person, but do listen to Bill Gates or Dr. Fauci.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? It's all rituals. All of it. So my point about Halloween, what I'm getting at is it's in our best interest. We are in the age of Aquarius in 2020. We have been in the age of Aquarius since the 1970s, according to some other woman I ran into. And I was telling her, it's seeing this how 2020 is just really opening up and seeing like it's like the first year of the age of Aquarius. But she hit me to, she said, yeah, you right. I remember that in the 70s. It's the 70s all over again. So I was like, huh? What you mean? So what she was saying was basically that no, this is nothing new, the age of Aquarius that you're talking about. She knew what I was talking about. But what she was saying to me was that no, it's not nothing new. I've been there, done that, been around the block, been there, done that type of thing for her, you know. So what she was saying essentially is that none of it surprises her. Where on the other hand, I'm thinking because it's 2020 that we're in the first year of the age of Aquarius when we're really not. And I've said before how years like 2018, 2019, we didn't have our eyes all the way open. It was like we were out in the world a little bit blind, but also at the same time with those years, as the closer we got to the year 2020, it seemed like the more our eyes were opening up and we were starting to see things a little bit by bit, like a blind person getting their sight back. You know, it doesn't come just all at once. It just gradually appears to you. You start seeing shadows, and then it goes to like seeing silhouettes, and then from silhouettes to seeing like the shape of things. And then finally, once we get to 2020, our eyes are back open again. And we're coming out of our cocoon like a butterfly. Not only that, though, the time that we are blind, our ears still work. So it's not just 6 of our senses, maybe it's not just 5 of our senses being still working. 6 of them, 6, how many senses? Is it 6? No, I think that's just a movie. Wait.
5.
Is it 5? Okay. Yeah, you're right. So like say 4 of our senses we still have. Like and hearing is one of the main ones. Think of it like those 2 years I was just telling you about, 2018 and 19. Our eyes, we can't really see good, but at the same time, our ears work just fine. And we can hear. We can hear people talking. We can hear what they're talking about. We may not understand it, but our ears still work and we can hear. When 2020 comes, we get our vision back. And now, because we've got our vision back, we can now understand what it is that we've been hearing about. Now you can put faces to people. You can put a face to problems that people have told you to be afraid of. And you can see for yourself that, hold on, this isn't as bad as y'all made it sound to me when I didn't have any sight and all I had was my hearing. That's where we're at in 2020. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Anyway, another thing we got to talking about with this guy when I was on his show this morning, I told him about the Victorian houses. it's funny how every time a scary movie comes out, or a scary story, or a movie, or a TV show, it's always surrounding these houses that look like Victorian style and what they call historic district house. You know, I think they in Arkansas, at least Little Rock, they got the little district and they call it the historic district here. You know, they don't tear those houses down. I don't think they do. Have you heard any of them being torn down, Faye, sis?
No, you can get government money to restore those houses. They don't tear them down.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So see that right there, that type of shit. See how they do? See how they fucking do? You can restore the houses, but we got plenty of those type of architect buildings in the hoods and shit, and they don't care. They just let all the drug dealers just run into those cities and just don't. I'm not even gonna start. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna stay on point. Victorian era houses. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because there's a movie, a cartoon movie. I couldn't think of it this morning, but I looked it up and I was able to find it. It was called Monster House. Let me show that Monster House movie. So anyway, I was telling the host, Jason is his name, Jason Delgado. I was telling JD about how funny it is that every time we see something scary, it's at one of these damn dilapidated, old 18th century looking houses. And I was like, why is that? Why are they always trying to make these houses seem like they got some type of hex or a voodoo type of thing surrounding it? It's just a house though. But they make them look, you see, is this it? They make them look so damn just disgusting. And it's like a place that you wouldn't even send your enemy inside of, you know, to pull a prank on. Well, if you're petty enough, I guess you would. Who knows? There's people out there that do that type of stuff. Okay, hold on. Oh, get down. Get off that couch. I don't know who this dog thinks she is. Get off the, hey, down. Boy. My bad, y'all. Looking for this. You don't get down. Where's all that energy when you need it? She don't never bark when you need her to. God damn. Be quiet. Let me break my damn concentration. Victorian. Oh, man. Times like this, I'm glad I don't have children. Good Lord. All right. Okay, for example, now these, they look all right? These are nice homes, you know. I swear to God. I wish I had something to throw at her in there. Shut up. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I apologize. You get off the couch and put that barking. Crazy ass. I apologize, family. So sorry about that. What does she want? What? Ma'am? Busy. What is that? I'll get it in a second. I'm busy. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. I do apologize, family. Sorry about that. Hope y'all still with me. Y'all there? Y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Okay. So say like houses like these, and they make these houses the scary houses each and every time. And so the reason that they do that is because think about what happened throughout the 1800s. Keep in mind what was going on over here during that century. 1800s kicked off just war after war. You get the war of, when did the Boston Tea Party? Not the Boston Tea Party. When they burnt the White House down. What year was that? 1804, 1805? Somewhere in the early 1800s. Okay, so you got that. Another war that happened a few years later came thanks to the Madrid earthquake, the war of, but they don't talk about it. It's the war of 1812. But in 1811, the New Madrid earthquake happened. And with that, it shifted a lot of the land, and that kind of messed up the landscape for where some Moors were living. And later on, after the New Madrid earthquake, what came next? New Madrid earthquake, 1812. Was it the Spanish American? I believe it was either the Spanish American War or maybe French and Indian. I have to double check. Let me see. 1800 early wars, early American War. So all of these things are happening. My point is with it, this is with the 18th century, like I said earlier, with 1492, that wasn't the year that we as Moors really lost everything and we just had to get out of Spain and we just lost everything and all hope and the whole empire. No, it gradually kept going and going and going and going until finally we get what they teach us falsely about is the American Civil War between the North and the South, the Union and the Confederacy, when really what that war was about was the same that all the others were about. Moors fighting against Moors. That's it. That's all it ever is. It's just us being our own worst enemy. I know a lot of people love to blame the Albion, the white people, but we can't always do that. You can't. There's no way possible. And that's another thing that I feel, in fact, you might, I don't know if you, let me know if you still think this as well. I know me and you've talked about it. I believe that this is part of the reason why right now, the so-called Black people in America, these Hollywood Black stars, they don't really want to recognize that truth because they have been for so long trained with this notion that they came from slaves. We all just came from slaves and from Africa, when that is not even the case. The real case, I believe, and from doing research, is that we don't want to own up that we really caused a lot of our own pain and our own problems at the moment. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to admit that we are and we were and we still are our very biggest enemy. Because the day that we start to do that, everything, every other lie that we've been building ourselves up to believe in our own minds about us being slaves, Harriet Tubman freeing us, all of that kind of falls and goes away. What do y'all think? What do you think, Faye? Dave? Y'all still with me?
Oh, I'm still here. I can just comment that especially since now that I've, been taking care of my mom,
Mm-hmm.
uh, uh, it's been, I listen to a lot of these shows.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of young people, out there talking about, our true history. And
Mm-hmm.
when I tell you, half the time, they are arguing and fussing and bickering and fighting. And even one of the young ladies, and I don't remember her name, she was on one of the shows, and she said, "See, this is the kind of foolishness that got our ancestors in trouble." So
Mm-hmm.
it's like we're still doing the same thing today.
Right.
We're still exhibiting that same behavior. Everybody want to be the chief.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody want to be the chief. Nobody wants to respect the next person's opinion, the next person's research. Uh, and it just shows. It just
Mm-hmm.
shows, just like you said, how we fail. We fail because of ourselves. It was nothing else but that.
Right.
Nothing else but that. The arguing, the bickering, the backbiting, the being mad, oh, I'm going to get you. And we hear each other say that now, oh, you just wait, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't spend that type of energy on other folks. You
That's
know
right.
what I'm saying? And I don't know if it's because we feel like it ain't our business. Our business is our business, and we don't get into other people's, bickering and fighting or what it is. But we would do stuff against each other, but before we do really against our enemy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's that's just what I found within the community.
Right.
Um, and we got to grow out of that. We got to understand that we are one people. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And we got to be here for each other because ain't nobody else gonna do it but us. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? It's our responsibility. And we
Mm-hmm.
can't look for nobody to do it but us. But if we can't stop all this bickering and fighting and arguing, then it's always gonna be an opportunity.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And there's some cultures who are just opportunists, waiting for us all, they gonna do their normal, kill each other.
Yep.
And we just gonna wait around and, pick off the spoil. And
Mm-hmm.
that's just been our problem. Like you said, we gotta own up and face up to those things and get ourselves back in order.
Right. Because I feel like, in a way, part of why we in the position that we in, we not telling the truth and shaming the devil within us. We keep being a slave to our own detriment when we don't have to. All we have to do is just be honest with ourselves and just say what it is that's going on. But nobody wants to do that. Everybody still wants to hold on to this, that the white man is the devil and the white man is the cause of all our pain and aggravation out here. And it's like, at what point is it that you're gonna realize that, hey, it ain't all just some outside party. Some of it is about, it's got something to do with you internally as an individual. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you at work and you thinking that everybody that you work with is against you and they jealous of you, when really it's not the case. You got, yeah, you may have one person that just don't really vibe with you well, but at the same time, it's not their fault totally. Like, part of why they don't like you may be for a reason, and that reason is you don't know how to be truthful with your own self. You know what I'm saying? And so like that the saying goes, game recognized game. So like when you're dealing with people, somebody that's kind of tainted from the inside, you know, in their soul, deep down, you know, you kind of you can kind of shift your way and not having to deal with them when you see them coming. And then you got, but at the same time, you got that person that just feels like everybody in the world owes them something. Like they try to take, like if you see somebody else get a promotion at work, you know, you see those type of people that say, why they get a promotion? I'm the one that deserved it. Why was I looked over? You know, that type of shit. And I think we still holding on to that type of mentality, you know, thinking that when we get picked over, we see it as a loss of something. When in reality, it's not necessarily a loss and a slight that your boss is dissing you. It might just be that your boss sees something in you and they want to actually elevate you to a higher position, but you're so much in your own way, vanity wise and self-consciously internally, you're just so much in your own way that you can't even see that. So we miss out on a whole lot of things that way. That makes sense? No, maybe. Let me know. I don't know.
It does. I really just truly believe that our people issue is the failure of coming together. You
Mm-hmm.
know, other people know, hey, I might not like you, but
Mm-hmm.
we got the same goal because we the same people.
Right.
You know, so what happens to me happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
We so tribal still. We still have this tribal mentality, this built in, this hereditary that we don't care. It don't
Right.
matter to us. We
Mm-hmm.
really don't care. And I really feel like that's our issue, that we have not learned to literally put our differences aside in order to work together. And then
Right.
we, you know, at the end of the day, we are an emotional people. That is absolutely correct. You know, we can't get around that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we are water. You know, and we just haven't learned. That's something that we're gonna have to learn as a people. You know, get back into meditation. You
Uh-huh.
know, stop eating so much meat. And I'm talking to myself when I say that. I'm not talking to anyone but me when I say that. And start practicing peace within ourselves
Mm-hmm.
before we can be peaceful with anyone else. We got to learn how to be peaceful within ourselves, and we're learning that now. We didn't have the tools uh to do that. You know, they took hid so much information from us, so we
Mm-hmm.
didn't have certain tools. So yeah, we on this learning curve right now, and we just have to be patient with each other. Uh, the ghetto scholars are out there. They rough around the edges. You have to be patient with them. Stop worrying about the way they speak or how they speak it. The fact that this brother is sitting
Right.
down and utilizing tools such as the computer to learn about his history has to be commended, has to be, you know, recognized instead of put down because he speaks a certain way. Or, you
Mm-hmm.
know, he can't pronounce words right. Or, you know, we just automatically assume that he don't know what he's talking about
Right.
because he can't say, you know, street. He says
Right.
he's still saying street, you know, that, you know, and we be looking at irrelevant stuff because our mind has been trained by this society. You gotta look a certain way. You gotta talk a certain way. You gotta walk a certain way. You got now. You don't have to do none of that. What you have to do is have peace in self. And in order to gain peace in self, you have to start knowing who you are, being honest with yourself, and
Mm-hmm.
then that's when peace can be invited within you. And so them taking some of the esoteric knowledge away from us, killing our priests and shamans and stuff like that. Listen, when they go in, they ain't worried about the pop lockers or the civilians out there. You know what I'm saying? They not worried about the women and the children and all of that. They worried about the men who are in power, the
Right.
scholars, the teachers, the
Hmm.
you know, the people who deal with science. Those are the people they going in there for. Because
Right.
you take those people amongst the people, all you got is a bunch of pop lockers. And that's at the end of the day, that's what it is. And
Exactly.
so when we start having patience with each other and respecting each other, and I just applaud. I sit back on YouTube. I might be a troll. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But
Hey, with you.
but I don't, I don't be posting comments enough. But I just sit back and I just, jump from YouTube page to YouTube page just to see what the young people are talking about.
Yep. That's
You
what I'm
know,
doing. My TV stays on the YouTube.
right? I don't really watch TV like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just jump from YouTube page to YouTube page, and honey, when I tell you that you are sick fight, and when a young woman says, "This just is what I am," this is why we in this situation. We got to do better. We
Mm-hmm.
got to do better. We got to learn how. We shouldn't have to have a mute button. We need to learn how to speak and let somebody get what they saying out. You ain't got to tell nobody they wrong. All you have to say is, from my research, this is what I found, and this is where you can find that information. You ain't got to tie nobody down. You ain't got to rip nobody or new one. You ain't got to try to discredit nobody. Yeah, maybe they said something at one time, but as they gain knowledge, they come back. Some people, just don't correct themselves. You
Right.
ain't got to call them out and say it was a lie. Maybe they gained knowledge, and
Mm-hmm.
now that's why they think it this way. And they just fail to say, I did to say this before, but now that I did some more research, this is what I found. You
Right.
ain't gotta call people lying stuff like that. My point is patience, but we can't have patience because we war. It's a war within us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And we gotta calm that war within ourselves because see, when that war going on in our head, that's what's causing chaos in the world.
Right.
And
And
if we can calm
security.
our right, exactly. If we can't learn how to start calm, and now, like I said, most of this is for me. If we can't start learning how to calm our mind down,
Mm.
we can't have peace with it.
Nobody.
And I think that's the problem with a lot of our people. We are so angry. And now we were already angry because we were economically disadvantaged. We was told no, the door was slammed in our face,
So,
all kind of
mhm.
stuff.
Yeah.
And now that we're finding out this information, we are more angry because we now saying, "You mean to tell me that I've been eating pig feet and hog maw trash when
Eagerly too.
I should have been eating leg of lamb? You mean to tell me, And so now we got this other anger. You know what I'm saying? Now we beginning to put it together. And now
Yep.
we're looking at our education and how much, maybe we didn't pay attention to school. I mean, we can't just say they just didn't educate us. They fairly educated us. But
Mm.
they did enough to where we can pick up a book ourselves
Right.
and, re-educate ourselves. And so now we're doing it and we're trying to research and we're trying to understand all this stuff at one time. And it's just like, man, and all this anger. I mean, oh, go, you know what? We just got to bring it back. We got to bring it back. We got
Reel
to
it
stop
in the
sitting
fishing line.
quiet.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they winning. They winning because we haven't fought the beast within. They're gonna continue to win if we don't conquer that beast.
Right.
I don't care how much. I don't care. I do not care how much you fuss, fight, or what you. if you, that's one of the things. I know I'm being long-winded, but that's one of the
Oh
things
no, sis,
they
go ahead. Go ahead. I love
said
it.
the 1960s. You know, them folks were sticking dogs. I wasn't quite born yet. Those people were sticking dogs on our folks in water holes. And the only reason they really stopped is because they was looking like animals, because we were doing peaceful.
Mm,
And they was just being violent against us. And what stopped them, you know, was the fact that the world was looking at it and saying, these people just brutalizing these people.
right.
And that's what made them stop it. Because they was looking like straight foot animals to the world. And so they had to stop because they had this Christian, we saving the world mentality all around the world and stealing from folks,
Right.
feed, feed, we feed people with molded bread, one hand and taking all their resources with us,
Right.
so they had to stop just coming out in the front,
Mm-hmm.
beating the hell out of us. Now
Right.
they had to go in the ground around the corner. You
And
know
then,
what I'm
yeah.
And so now, some of them have learning. I ain't gonna knock all the cocaine, because some of the Abion, because some of them have are learning to be peaceful. They learning how to love.
Right.
They saying what happened is wrong. They wanna live in peace too. They're reading the ancient philosophies and the laws and stuff, and they getting themselves in order. Okay, we got to do the same thing. We got to do the same thing. Once
Absolutely.
we start getting our minds at peace and getting our body clean,
Mm,
they ain't gonna be able to do nothing to us. And everything that come out of our mouth, when you make up your mind, this is what people don't understand. When you make up your mind about something and you say this what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna do this, that every angel, and I'm talking about angels of light, the stars, gotta come to your aid. Every last one of them gotta come see about it.
bingo.
And when we start understanding them, then there's war that's within us, this ancient war that we've been fighting within ourselves. Because, first of all, we the ones who went against our principles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because sweet bitter water came to die in the same place. So ain't nobody gonna tell me if we still righteous and walking. It must have been more unrighteous than righteous,
Right.
because unrighteousness can't ever outdo righteousness. Those two unrighteous groups fighting each other.
Somebody lying. Somebody.
Somebody, you know what I'm saying? So you're not
Yeah.
gonna tell me, no Roddy Peanuts, because I ain't buying. No,
Mm,
we was wrong. Period.
period.
So
Point.
we accept that. We accept our wrong. We start cleaning up our bodies and our minds. Start walking and shining that light and
Mm-hmm.
having a calm nature. See, when you have a calm nature, you stand in truth. Everybody who ain't in truth, they get uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And see that animal nature, because they ain't working on that stuff, so that animal nature come out.
Right.
You see that animal. You
Mm-hmm.
bring that animal out of there for everybody to see. Now, who's the animal?
Right.
Who's the unrighteous? And that's what we need to start focusing on
Mm,
every day. We need to get into the spiritual system, as well as our civic part. This is a divine national. So we need to start practicing our divinity.
mm-hmm.
Know what I'm saying? And
Right.
start having more calm nature. And I understand, because a couple of months ago when we first met, I know what I'm talking about, because I was in an uproar.
Woo.
You see what I'm saying? And I've got
Mm-hmm.
calmer. The more I read and the more I sit with myself, the calmer I get, because at the end of the day, it's only about you.
Right.
That's the only person it's about. How do you save the world? Each person understanding that simple concept. That's how you save the world.
Right. Because the problem is people don't know their own selves.
Exactly. They
So
we
they
don't.
Yeah, and so they out here living lies. And living lies cannot make you happy. You can't. It can't. Happiness cannot come from you living a lie. It just will not work ever.
Mhm.
Have to know yourself. And it's like you say, the more that you go in from the inside, the more that you read, I feel that exact same way because I've been there plenty of times. Sitting up at night and throw my shoe at you. Get out of here. Sorry. But yeah, I've been at times where after the show, I know for certain, like I'll read books just to wind down before I really go to sleep and call it a night. Because for some reason with me, I feel like when a lot of times when I'm restless, that's what it is. Like I can't sleep and I don't know why, but I know that it's bedtime, but I still cannot satisfy myself and just close my eyes and go to sleep. I just can't do it sometimes. And I noticed the only thing that cure it is when I start to read a book. And when I start to read, I just feel better. Get out of here. But yeah, so I totally agree with you on that, sis. You absolutely right.
Yeah, this is a divine national movement. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be loud if I was loud. But
Um,
this is
but
the divine national movement. We can never forget the divine part. We just gotta keep working on ourselves. We just gotta keep releasing energy, these negativity, this mind, the mindset, you know, uh, because we are peaceful people. And I
mm-hmm,
love to tell people what I know.
right,
We're the representation of love on earth. But we ain't been doing a real good job at it because our love comes with conditions. We
mm,
need to learn how to let go of those conditions when we say we do it love. You know what I'm saying? And that's
right,
one of the things that I'm learning how to do now. Just to do something because it's a need for it to be done. Not to be expecting anything, but there's a need. I'm able to do it, so just do it.
right. Absolutely. Just that's the good thing that I can say about 2020 because as much as people are trying to say that they have always been the worst year ever, to me, I don't feel no type of way. I look at it as the on the other side of the spectrum. Like it it can't get no worse than being dead. Any day above ground is a good day. Any day, no matter what day of the week it is. That's how I've always looked at things. So to see the way the world is reacting, and I guess this is why I have sickle cell because I feel like God gave me sickle cell because there was a knowing that later on down the pike, by the time I get to my 30s, this right here is going to be inevitable in coming in its arrival. Like this in 2020, what we dealing with is COVID and this just people just waking up to the ways of the world and understanding that politics is a poison. You get out of here, please. And that listening to the media is not all that good for you. And what's happening, they're telling people you can't go to work, gotta be at home doing self-quarantine. And so from that, it just seems to me it's like it's divine intervention. Because like I was saying, the reason I feel like God gave me sickle cells for a reason because I'm looking at the world and to see that these so many people out here are scared of being sick or catching this type of virus and becoming sick. Whereas for me, on the other hand, I don't fear it at all. This COVID stuff, this corona stuff. I don't fear it because I know what it's like to be sick. I know what sick feels like. I know what it feels like to catch a sickle cell attack and be a grown adult or either a full grown at least child in elementary and you crawling on the floor like a toddler because you cannot walk. I know what that feels like. I know that type of pain, and I feel like I've had to endure that type of pain in my life, like I said, because of this moment that we've arrived to right now. Because the way that I'm seeing the world, they are scared of something that they really and truly are not used to. People are not used to being sick. And the thought of catching something like an airborne virus that they're talking about, this COVID is very eye-opening to see the world reacting in this way. And then you, with me on the other hand, on the flip side, I'm like, are you kidding me? This is what y'all are afraid of. This isn't even half bad compared to what, and I'm not saying that my life is just the worst in history of human life and having pain or anything like that. I'm not saying, that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I have endured a type of pain my entire life that a person who's never really been sick cannot even fathom, to begin to understand what that feels like, or fathom how they can get through it just by a quick 10 minutes of having it and then it going away. They would be ready to die. You just would. That's how painful it is having a sickle cell attack. So it's not, I don't mean to sound like an asshole. I hope I don't sound like an asshole to our listeners in the future of the show, whatnot. It's not, I'm not saying that my sickness is greater than anyone else's. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I am saying is when you are sick for a long time and it's something that you have for the rest of your life, you can't get rid of it. You begin to not only grow stronger in a physical sense, building up your toleration to pain throughout the years, but it's also a mental strength that you have to begin to develop. And what I'm seeing is that people are scared of something out here that they say that is not even worse than a common flu. But people are out here really scared. Even though it's been said that this virus, this so-called virus, isn't that bad when you do get it. Catching pneumonia sounds like to me that it's more worse than this stuff. And I've had pneumonia before. I know what it's like to be in the hospital and you can't walk and you're in the hospital bed for days on end because you cannot use your legs. You can't even stand up without needing assistance from your nurse or your family member to stay in the hospital with you. So what I'm getting at is I'm understanding why I've had this, because it's a mental thing that God has really been trying to prepare me for my entire life. And now that I have it, now that I'm very secure in my life, where I've kind of got my sickle cell under control a little bit, I'm realizing right on time, at the same time that I've come to this realization, here is everybody else scared out of their mind because they really don't know what true sickness and pain really is. And that's what scares people. That's where we're at in this world. And when you think about it and you go back and you read the Bible, like the prophet Noble Drew Ali said, peace be upon him, he says what? Moors, hold on to your Bibles. But I don't believe it, not just for us to indict the Albion European, but also to look back on for a mental strength and understanding of the world when we arrive to this very same point where we are all at this very moment right now. Hope I'm not taking too long with that, but I just wanted to say that. Might have been a little long-winded, but I hope the message kind of didn't get too lost on y'all. So I just feel like I get it. And I feel like the more each day passes, I'm feeling like, okay, Allah, I see what this is about. And like Asir said recently from one of his interviews on YouTube, he said when the way Allah works is like Allah will keep handing you a plate of something for you to take, and he's going to keep putting it in front of you until you take it, until you got no choice but to take it. And he said that's where we are at as a people. We keep trying to run away from our true calling in life, and it's no longer working for us anymore. And so what is happening is, this is how amazing astrology and just the universe is. Because when you finally do own up and raise your hand and say, all right, I'm here. I'm not running anymore, God. I'm here. I yield. Whatever it is that you want me to stop running from, whatever it is that you want me to see, I'm here. You got me. I can't run anymore. I can't keep running. I'm here. I get the point. I get it. I'm not gonna run anymore. I'm gonna just yield and surrender to you, and just, I don't know what it is that you want me to do, what you're trying to hand me, but I surrender. And I'm here now, and I take it. And it seems like for me, the moment, ever since that moment that I've learned to do that, every single door that seemed like was closed to me previously in life, just all of them automatically open for me. And the reason I think that happens is because when, it's like the saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So I believe that that's the point of this year in 2020. We are no longer in a point of position where we can write down goals that we want to see for ourselves, our own selfishness, our own vanity. That moment has passed. It's no longer, we're no longer on that trajectory anymore. We are at a point where it don't matter what you want. It's not about what you want. It's about what we are sent and put down here to do, and the mission that Allah is giving us to not only protect, but to see all the way through. That makes sense. And for us, it seems like while the rest of the world is burning down around us, we, the Asiatic, the Moorish people of the world, of the earth, are gonna be all right, like we always are. And because of that, we are seeing ourselves pull through while the rest of the world is just falling and just moaning as the world burns. Because what's happening, what we see happening on the outside is what has to come to a point and happen for us on the inside. You have to get through. You have to go through hell to get to heaven. And in order to do that, it's like that movie, As Above, So Below. If you remember that movie, As Above, So Below, what happened in it is the same. It's just the story of life. You got to deal with your fears. You got to deal with everything that you've been running from in your life. You have to deal with all the pain that you've ever felt and all the pain that you've ever given to anybody else. That's what As Above, So Below is. And that's why I hate to hope I don't spoil it for anybody, but the movie has a profound message in it. It's saying in that movie at the end, it's saying that everything else, like it doesn't matter about your materials, it doesn't matter what type of job you got, how much your salary is that you make every year or every month in your paycheck. What matters in life is if you can survive all of the emotional roller coaster, if you can survive the pain and the heartbreak. That's what As Above, So Below is. Can you face your demons? You know what I'm saying? Can you face your demons? Can you live with your past? Can you make peace with your past or not? And that's what the movie As Above, So Below is all about. So with that, you know, like I said, we are in October and we coming up with Halloween, and really it's the Day of the Dead, and we're celebrating, they're making us celebrate our own death, our own decapitation, like I said. But the way that the media has gone, they've tried to scare us so damn much to the point where it's not working. But and what they see is it's not working with us as so-called Black people, so-called Asiatic Moors. Because why is that? Because we've been through hell. We walked through bare feet in hell, through the cold, the fire and the brimstone beneath our feet. And so how do you defeat a people who have walked to hell and live to tell it and live to tell about it after? You know what I'm saying? So I think that's where we're all at. But anyway, I'm gonna yield for a minute and say welcome to our brother Ye. How you doing?
You know me, I'm chilling, sis. Ain't nothing special. You know what I mean? I'm just coming. I'm getting the knowledge.
Coming in, getting the knowledge. You been doing all right?
Oh yeah, we spoke earlier, so you know the situation. I'm just a little tardy, but I'm here.
All right. Glad to have you here, man, as always. We ain't been talking about nothing too particular. Or just explaining about the interview that I did earlier today with another friend that I told you about on his show. Well, not so much an interview, but just being a guest on his show and just some of the things we were able to talk about, Tartaria, the history of holidays that they make us celebrate throughout the 12-month period of the Gregorian calendar and what each holiday represents and means, things like that. And
Okay, so y'all's going over the Kabbalistic rites.
kind of, more so kind of Jason season type, explaining the purpose of from October 31st to January 31st, what that really means. And it's about the decapitation, the Ichabod and the Toad, as me and you have spoke about before.
Mm-hmm.
And just understanding the headless horseman and just understanding what it means when you put a pumpkin outside your front door when Halloween comes. It means that you are the same way with masks that they're trying to make us wear every day. You're complying with, whether you know it or not, you're complying that you like living life without the Moors being in control of the world anymore.
Gotcha. Did you touch on the Thanksgiving turkey?
Oh no, I was waiting on you for that. I was like, I don't really want to go into November just yet. That I was saving that. That's why I was looking I was trying to find out where you and O were at because I was waiting on y'all to bring y'all in for that because I didn't want to bring that up without you on the show. I really didn't.
Oh, okay. I came in on the tail end of you talking about as above, so below.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna assume you're talking about the movie, correct?
Yeah, yeah. I was
Isn't it ironic
yeah.
that look at my picture? That's why I said
Yo,
me and you, sister, we Dwayne Wade and LeBron James.
we out here, man. We
We out here
cosmically with it. We cosmically with it.
for sure, for sure. So don't let me you know stop
Oh,
the flow of the show. But I'm here. I'm listening.
you good?
If I have something to add, I'll chime in. Since
You
it's on you.
you good. I was just wrapping up on that. You know, I'd already talked Faye and Dave's ear enough off a little bit with it, you know. But I'm pretty much finished. I'm glad that you're here now. We can really get into the meat and the gristle meat and all the other stuff. You know, really go in on it, like the turkeys and the symbolization of what the turkey, or is it an eagle really, or is it a turkey? That's the question. Do people know the difference about the presidential seal? You know, do is it really a is it really an eagle? It could be a turkey. You know, you never know. So I'm glad you're here, so we can finally divulge into that. This damn dog. What is wrong with you? Well, go ahead, yay.
So wait, you're basically saying question whether the seal is actually a hidden turkey versus bald eagle.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, is it really the eagle, or is it a turkey, or what type of bird truly is it on the presidential seal? What are we really looking at?
Okay, well, with it's a concept and a topic
Mm-hmm.
that we can discuss. It's called sigil magic,
Mm-hmm.
and with sigils or symbols rather, they're interchangeable. The intention behind it. So you can have uh, one symbol have different multiple complex meanings.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, in our mystery schools back in Iniquity, we had one symbol to, let's say, initiate into the Osirian mystery schools.
Mm-hmm.
That one symbol, when they go in, it means one thing, but as they progress and they get more knowledge, the symbol, it basically changes. The meaning and the deeper meanings changes. So when you can possibly look at that supposed eagle, and it can have a context, a hidden context to which it's alluding to,
Mm-hmm.
a turkey.
Right.
So suppose so. You can look at that same bald eagle and make a correlation that it's a phoenix. And it's alluding to Heru.
Right.
So it's multiple mysteries within that one symbol. It's not one just literal definition. A symbol is almost self-described.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, symbol, when you understand symbol literature, and symbol meaning, it can take on multiple different meanings. So you're not wrong per se, or your observation isn't far off. It's actually quite genius
Mm.
that you made that correlation. Honestly,
Yeah.
because it applies.
Yeah, because they do make us celebrate Thanksgiving, and that bird is something that they make us say that it has to be on the table. It's like an unspoken rule, but the bird got to be there in the mix on the table. And I always
Well,
wonder about that.
from my perspective and from what I see,
Hmm.
my interpretation of that symbol, it represents the Turk Ottoman Empire.
Boom. We
You know,
really are here, bro. I was just talking about the Ottoman Empire.
stop playing. Sister Faye, how are you? Brother David, how are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm glad you're here.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm glad I could make it. I'm a little slightly under the weather, but I'm fighting through. Most definitely.
It's good to have you here. Have you here, man. Glad you're
Brother
here.
David, what's going on with you?
Haven't really heard from David. I don't know if he with us or not.
I think he just
Um,
listening in, maybe.
yeah, I'm
Oh,
listening
good.
in.
Okay.
I'm listening in. So
Oh, okay.
everything's good, and I hope all is well with everybody. You
All
know,
right. I'm sorry to break your meditation. Just hailing you, brother.
no,
Just saying what's up.
no, you good. You good.
All right, my brother.
All right. So yeah. So for right now, I'm just listening in. I probably join in a little bit later. You know.
Okay.
Copy that.
All right.
Roger.
Knowing brother David, he like a scientist over there. He got mad notes and stuff and formulas and equations, and he has the little pendulum swinging on his desk.
The
You know
I'm
what
drop.
I'm
gonna
saying?
add a few more cuss words. I'm gonna add a few more cuss words to the
See, you know
everything.
what? Yeah. See, I, I ain't got no response for that. I set myself up for that.
You really did.
For the insiders, it's an inside joke between myself, David, and the family, in which I'm just teasing David because he's so well, spoken and so astute and wise. I'm like, yo, David, you need to, Bobby Hemming it up. Throw some cuss words in there. And so, and now he's just, I guess, getting me back on the show now. So, what message received, David? I got you, brother. I got you.
All right. Let's get this party started in this mother. No, I'm joking.
Oh, see, you trying, but you gonna get there.
Yeah.
You let
But yeah,
him a bit. He'll get there eventually.
but going back to the Thanksgiving turkey,
Hmm.
you made that same correlation, correct, sis?
Yep. The Turk, the Ottomans, all of that. Yeah.
How did you come up with that observation? I mean that conclusion.
Well, as I was explaining to them about the the whole Halloween tradition that they make us celebrate every year, and then after Halloween, what's next? What's the next ritual? And it's Thanksgiving, and so I'm like, what is it about the turkey? It seems like the turkey is always the sacrificial. I don't want to say lamb, but it's always the sacrificial of the Thanksgiving festivities. It's the sacrificial, lifeline that we. It's like we sacrificing it to the gods or something.
Yeah,
It's always taking a bird and just killing it, and it's like half the time in the year you don't even like turkey meat like that. Not that big thick butterball bird type of turkey. You may want it like in a Subway sandwich or a potbelly sandwich or something, but nobody is just constantly like, man, I wish I would have. I really wish I could get a turkey sandwich right now or something. Like you never think of that, all year round. It's only until Thanksgiving that you're thinking about the bird.
right. It's interesting you say that. People eat a Cornish hen
Mm-hmm.
quicker than they'll eat a whole turkey.
Yeah, or one of them Walmart rotisserie chickens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something to that effect before they'll eat the turkey. Turkey is like in that presentation, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
outside of carved up or um, deli style. as we
Right.
like to say.
Yeah.
But a whole formal turkey with the dressing, or what some people call stuffing,
Yeah. You need a
and the
dinner party.
fixings, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I think outside of Thanksgiving, is also people cook it for Christmas
Mm-hmm.
as well.
Yep. That too.
Unofficially, people cook it on Christmas.
Mhm.
But one observation I'm gonna make, I don't know if you've noticed it, but uh, all of these supposed holidays or holy days,
Mm-hmm.
they're always, if often than not, there is some kind of animalistic representation or an allusion to an animal.
Right.
For like, since we were talking about Halloween, one of the animals that is associated with Halloween, obviously, is the black cat.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go back and look. The 4th of July, obviously, is the bald eagle.
Right.
Valentine's Day, you have a cherubim,
Mm-hmm. Cupid.
or a lovebird.
Mm-hmm. Doves. Doves.
There you go, doves.
Turtle doves.
Which are lovebirds.
Yeah.
Um, what is it? Easter, you have your bunny
The bunny.
and your chicks.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily the chicken, but the actual chick.
The little peeps.
Yeah, the
Marshmallow.
little peeps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And bunnies.
The partridge. Is it partridge family? Like little birds?
Mm-mm.
Partridge.
It's, basically the equivalent of like what you'll call a baby chicken. Little chickadees.
Okay. Gotcha.
Little squeakers or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
um and so on and so forth. When you really sit there and you look at it, there's always an animal that's
Mm-hmm.
associated with it. And I'm going there for a reason. Maybe these animals or their blood, were ritually sacrificed
Right.
to a god or goddess in this case. Easter obviously is Ishtar,
Mm-hmm.
and those fertility animals obviously were associated with that particular goddess.
Right.
So, maybe there was a sacrifice, or those animals at that specific time were honored, or
Right.
revered toward the goddess.
It's funny
So,
that you say that because it's like
mhm.
they say that with every sacrificial death has to be a key component in order to give birth to new life. So I think it's kind of coincidental that they put Jesus around that same time.
They superimpose it.
Mm-hmm.
It would also be a lamb in this case,
Mm-hmm.
sacrificial lamb. That's where you get that terminology from.
Right.
The sacrificial lamb, or which a lot of people call the scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's another holiday we can try to look at and see?
Let's see. With Cinco de Mayo would only count for America, right? Because it's about the Alamo, I think. I don't think Mexico.
Cinco de Mayo is not really one of those.
Not really.
It's a one of the latter. It's not one of the foundational to me.
Yeah.
From the way I'm looking at it, it's not one of those foundational holidays.
Okay. Well, Mother's Day or Father's Day. This will be next, right? After Easter comes.
Yeah, those are specifically for the god and goddess.
Okay.
Mother and father obviously have a Germanic. The
Mm-hmm.
words mother and father obviously have Germanic roots. When you do the etymology
Mm-hmm.
on them, and they're representative of the different god and goddess
Mm-hmm.
in this case. But when you can actually associate different animals, particularly the lion for Father's Day.
Right.
King of the jungle, that kind of ordeal.
Yeah.
And for Mother's Day, um, like a doe, a
Yeah.
female deer,
Yeah.
right?
Deer.
That
Deer.
kind of situation.
Yeah, because they say
Mm-hmm.
deers are what honorable, the animal of honor, I believe.
Mm-hmm. In high esteem.
Right. Right.
Right. Definitely. Let's try one more holiday. Which other holiday we didn't come across? That's pivotal in this in associated with this Gregorian calendar.
Well, I know they love 4th of July, but I'm wondering about that. Like,
That's the bald eagle, obviously.
yeah, that's more like a plea. It's kind of like how they make it in the show American Gods. I'm just wondering. It's kind of like they had to plea with a god like Columbia or something. They say in that show American Gods is what I'm talking about, people. In case y'all are wondering, the show is American Gods on Stars. If you watch, I believe the second season or the first, they make the correlation that in order for countries or people from certain countries, what they call their old country, and then they come to America, they bring their gods with them from the old country. And
Mm-hmm.
from being in the old country, they come over here to America and they still worship those same gods until they, of course, the worshipers die out themselves. So I'm wondering with the 4th of July, would that be the case for Washington and his crony of revolutionary or what they call the Continental Army, because it makes you wonder, did they make a deal with the goddess Columbia, who they
Of
say
course,
manifests?
Columbia. He goes on and credits Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at our nation's capital,
Yeah, district. Yeah.
District of Columbia.
Right.
District is basically synonymous with the word jurisdiction,
Right.
or area or landmass.
Right.
So when you have a red light district, it's a certain geographical point from here to here.
Right.
That is, it's a geography kind of thing. So
Mm-hmm.
when you say District of Columbia, you can break that down to land of Columbia.
Right.
So yeah, he attributed the capital, this nation's capital,
Mm-hmm.
to the goddess Columbia.
Right. They say it's
And it's
a height thing. No building can be bigger than or no building can be taller than the head of Columbia at the statue, I believe.
right. I'm not sure about that. It sounds about right, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure specifically. I can't say for sure, but it sounds about right.
Yeah.
It sounds right. But yeah, when you look at it, the Columbia is there. She's representing of the Statue of Liberty. You look at Columbia Pictures,
Mm-hmm.
clear as day. You see the goddess in, her glory, with her, blue garb. Obviously, that's a representation of royalty,
Mm-hmm.
or the elect, the elite. Those that are set apart.
Mm-hmm.
In any of the occult or secret society traditions, you would have the blue blood. That is a reference to, some back in what is it, ancient Britain.
Right.
Those that were set apart from the rest, the elite, the select, the elect.
Right.
So definitely, it has to do with lineage. It has to do with bloodlines and pedigrees and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the goddess, she gonna look out for her peoples.
Right.
Her set apart, those that are enlightened. Hence the torch.
Mm-hmm.
That's an ode back to Prometheus. If we knew who Prometheus was in the Greek account, Prometheus stole uh, fire from the gods,
Mm-hmm.
or that fire is a representation of divine light. Um, and it also goes back to the divine light specifically um, is a parallel to some form of hidden knowledge
Right.
or knowledge that is set apart for, those group of people,
Mm-hmm.
those, elite, so
Right.
that's what the goddess, it's all Freemasonic, most definitely.
Right.
It's going back to, the ancient mystery schools that we originally taught. And, that information, you know, again, GM James, uh, George GM James has a book that breaks this down
Mm.
um, over and over again called Stolen Legacy. I'm going to repeat it again. George GM James, and the book is called Stolen Legacy.
Gotcha.
Also gives a nod to the Moors, stating that the Moors, don't quote me on this, people, but somewhere within, I want to say, uh, round page 49 or something to that effect, he states that the Moors are the custodians of the ancient Egyptian knowledge.
Yes.
So he makes a clear and distinct correlation between the Moors, and he ties them in with the knowledge of iniquity,
Right.
of old, the old and sacred traditions that the ancient Egyptians had. The Moors carried on that legacy with those schools of thought. So
I'm glad you said that because funny enough, I had the movie The Mummy, Ardeth Bay. That's exactly what Ardeth Bay's character does when they see. You remember at the beginning, the first 10 minutes of the movie, you see Ed Hominoptera fighting, and then he runs to the Anubis statue away from the Moors that's coming shooting at him. And as he's standing underneath that Anubis statue, the horses freak out and they just take off, And then he runs across the desert, and later on after that, you see the Moors, the high priest of Anu, standing on top of the canyon, the cliff in the desert, looking down. He said in his general, he said, what of this one? And he says the desert to kill him. Don't even waste our, basically don't waste our time. The desert will kill him for us.
Yeah, it's indicative of the Osirian mystery schools, where I made mention of it. Brother Panic made mention of it. Bobby Emmett talked about it ad nauseum. Valentine and countless of others, C. Freeman Hill, in which talk about the Osirian mystery schools, right? And within the Osirian mystery schools, Wallace E. Budge broke down a particular subject in which goes back to the Hall of Amenta, right? And the journey of the soul.
Right.
After, transition. So what we know is death, right?
Mm-hmm.
For them to not to oversimplify it, but to simplify it and make it palatable,
Mm-hmm.
they understood the journey of the soul beyond the realm of the flesh.
Right.
Not to make it sound all mystical and spooky, or, they simply understood that there's an alchemical process that happens
Mm-hmm.
after you transpire in
Right.
this physical realm, and you go on, your journey. We touched on it briefly when last show for our listening audience and those who keep up with us, when I mentioned specifically the movie, was it Percy
Percy and
Jackson
yeah, Percy Jackson and the lightning.
and the Lightning Thief, specifically when he was going down to Hades, he wanted to speak to Hades, and the Jackson character,
Mm-hmm.
the brother on the show who was representative Pan, ironically, um, he ended up giving Federal Reserve notes, thinking that was gonna get him, to that next realm. So that's indicative of us, here in the flesh, thinking, oh, money can buy us everything, when
Right.
really it's about gold, right? Which is an element.
Mm-hmm.
And that's science in itself. You know what I'm saying? We have to become golden. This is what that tradition, the Osirian mystery schools is talking about, becoming a golden lord.
Right.
Meteor Man touched on that, but they throw it in our faces jokingly,
Mm-hmm.
and they villainize it, obviously, so that we can unconsciously go against that energy.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Golden Lords back in Meteor Man. Shout out to Robert Townsend.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He was dealing with some science there. Uh, Specifically, one of the first quote unquote black superheroes to touch the screen, but nobody gives him his due.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody talks about the Black Panther being the first, when in fact you had Meteor Man.
All right, Richard Townsend.
Robert Townsend.
I mean, my bad, Robert
Yeah,
Townsend.
Robert
Sorry.
Townsend. Yeah, definitely, sis. You could. Not to digress and go, too deep with it, but um just make this small point. They'll put it in your face, and they wouldn't necessarily align it with the hero or the hero
Mm-hmm.
role and faction. They'll put it in the set or the villain faction.
Right.
So when you're watching a movie, they play the flip flop game.
Mm-hmm.
The villain is the one that actually has the science,
Yeah.
the Moorish science.
Mm-hmm.
That's indicative of, look at Thanos. Look at the
Yeah.
things and concepts Thanos was talking about.
I was just about to.
Yeah, it made sense. There was a faction of people that saw Black Panther, and they, were in agreement with Killmonger.
Yeah.
And hell, it even became a hashtag. Killmonger was right.
Right. Thanos
So
right as well. Yeah.
yeah, definitely Thanos, and a lot of people are starting to wake up from that spell
Mm-hmm.
where they flip flop the roles and the villain. Even with Batman, specifically the one with Heath Ledger.
The Joker.
Right.
It's the
Um,
villains that's the
yeah, I
real.
didn't want to say Joker specifically because then people are gonna go to Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh no.
Yeah, but the Heath Ledger Batman,
Yeah.
in which he played the Joker. The Joker was making a hell of a lot of sense
Mm-hmm.
when you really sit down and you palate what he's saying.
All right.
He's talking about alchemy. which is our ancient science.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the word alchemy, you have the word al in there.
Right.
Those are that's one of our titles.
Right.
Al, El, Day, Bay,
Pasha,
Ali.
Ali. Yep. The Pashas, the Alis, the Days, the Bays, the L's, all of it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right.
So, you know, we our imprint is in the culture, but we have to, as undeclared Moors, unproclaimed Moors, or just even unconscious Moors,
Mm-hmm.
we have to get into understanding that a lot of this stuff, a lot of this media, a lot of this, I know you can attest to this, sister, a lot of Hollywood stories and things is referring back to us.
Right.
It's our story.
Right.
This Albion, he doesn't have a history.
Right.
His history is linked to us because we were here, before he existed.
Right.
And they only have our story to reference.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, you can see a lot of times they whitewash a lot of stuff to kind of superimpose or graft themselves into history, when in
Mm-hmm.
fact their history is very finite,
Right.
very, very finite. Essentially, they are us because we birthed them.
Mm-hmm.
So, in essence, it is theirs as well, but they should not have the autonomy to change anything. They should tell it as it is,
Right.
and put it forth, because before we went to sleep, this proverbial sleep, our dark age, our dark age became their renaissance.
Right.
If you noticed,
Mm-hmm.
before they had their renaissance, they had something called, this is back in the 17th, 16th century. They had something called the Black Plague,
Right.
right? And they attributed the pestilence and all this other stuff, but that's bullshit,
Right.
because we know that is our rule. That's when we ruled.
Mm-hmm.
They call those the Dark Ages. And when they got out of the Dark Ages, you have a Renaissance. And it's funny because that Renaissance comes with, them at the helm, them calling the shots.
Right.
So, they call, that Dark Age when we ruled a Dark Age, and they discredit a lot of stuff. They hide a lot of history. I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure that's a theme that you were dealing with earlier in your conversations with your guest.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Hmm.
Pretty much. Yeah.
But to tie everything up, I don't want to continue to just ramble on.
Are you
Um,
good?
it's just when you put everything on the table,
Mm-hmm.
it's our stuff,
It really is.
and it's being regurgitated to us, and recolored, reprinted. Um, the characters, they have a different description
Mm-hmm.
than what they normally originally were, described as.
Mm-hmm.
So let's basically, like, let's take Saved by the Bell, for instance.
Right.
The cast of Saved by the Bell. You have Zach Morris, Slater, blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
But what if the original cast of Saved by the Bell was casted in Chicago instead of Malibu, California, and
Right.
you had, uh, Trayshawn instead of Zach Morris, and so
Mm-hmm.
on and so forth, and that story was retold recast it, and reset it. You know, put when I say reset it, I mean put it in put it. Excuse me, tongue tied. Put in a different setting,
Uh-huh.
but retold the same way more or less. But then you see the characters, but you don't identify with any of the characters.
Right.
And the character that has your flavor or as your complexion,
Mm-hmm.
you have nothing in common with.
Right.
You know, let's
Just
be honest. In the early '90s, it was a certain segment of the population that I can identify with Lisa Turtle.
mm-hmm.
She was rich, successful woman. In the '90s, don't get me wrong, there was a lot of us that were successful and everything like that, but it wasn't indicative to the whole demographic,
Right.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, the black bourgeois, the so-called black bourgeoisie can identify with Lisa Turtle. The downtrodden, which are, many, we saw Lisa Turtle, we empathized with her, but we didn't really, we weren't on par with her.
Right. Yeah. Saved by the Bell. I don't know. I guess I was, even though I was born in '89, I guess it was still kind of like, to me. I don't know. Maybe I really, I wonder what it was. Like, maybe it was the California 90210 type of thing. You can't really, you get where they at, but can you really relate, or I don't know.
The trick of it was Zach Morris had become such an icon because, again, subconsciously, a lot of the times, more often than not, we identify with the villains in
Mm-hmm.
stories. And it's a new resurgence now because you have shows like Lucifer, um, and Hellboy,
Yeah.
where the villain, even with Joaquin Phoenix's Joker,
Mm-hmm.
there's this new kind of script writing in which the villain has some sort of virtue now.
Right.
If you've noticed, even with Hellboy, you look at Hellboy, he's not your quintessential hero.
Right.
Hellboy, like, why are we identifying with Hell?
Or even like Doom Patrol,
There you go.
where it's got this guy again, Brandon Fraser, playing what's the guy in Mr. Tin Man in Wizard of Oz? He's kind of playing like on that vibe. He's playing the robot man, but it's his
Hmm.
voice, but it's a big ass. Remember the Giant in Me? Was that the name of the movie? My Friendly Giant or something. It was a cartoon movie, but it was about a outer space uh giant. More like a transformer, really. But
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
yeah.
It's vague, mentally, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So some like 30-foot robot with a woman.
Not with the one. It was a little teenage boy. He lived with his mom, and then the military had to come at in the middle of the movie looking for him.
Mm,
Man,
no,
I can't
I
think.
don't. I don't think it's that.
Yeah. Oh well, but still.
But yeah, that
Yeah.
if that resonate with you, then that's probably it.
Yeah.
But there was one a child's movie that actually got you to start programming you with that kind of you know I want to say the anti-hero
Mm.
hero kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it was People Under the Stairs.
Oh.
Do you remember that movie, David or Faye? People Under the Stairs.
I remember the title of that movie, but I watch a lot of cartoons. That's I'm gonna keep it right there.
Yeah,
I don't
people
like scary
understand.
dramas and stuff like
Okay. Well, for our
Everybody
viewing
was
audience and those that are going to view this in the near future, People Under the Stairs, uh, it starred Ben Savage,
oh
the
yeah, from
the
the Wonder
the young guy from the Wonder Years, right?
Yeah.
The old movie, I want to say late '80s, early '90s, and it's about some monsters, right? So
Mm,
we've always, were programmed to think monsters, evil,
right.
and there's no deviation from that. But in this movie, the lines, were blurred. The lines were blurred. So a lot of the monsters were in fact heroes.
Right. Wait. This might be. Let me see. She looks familiar to me. I don't know why. Hmm.
Beetlejuice was another one.
Oh yeah.
You have the dead or the concept of the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you have the gothic chick. I think her name was Winona Ryder.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, I watch a shit ton of movies.
Same, man.
Yeah,
Same.
yeah,
Oh my.
that's it.
This must be the movie that I saw as a child and it scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, it definitely is. But in it's scary. The visuals are scary, but yet there's like something endearing about it.
Yeah. My niece, who's older than me, by the way, she's like what 5 years older. She used to sing the song Candyman to me and scare the hell out of me. Mind you, I'm like 3, 4 years old. So that shit
It's
is scared the shit
funny
out
you. It's funny you mentioned Candyman.
of me. Yeah.
Candyman had elements of what I'm saying
Yeah.
because us, being melanated people, we identified with Candyman. It's like you wanted Candyman to win
You're right.
for some odd reason. It's like, it's not supposed to be that way, but then it is that way because the way Candyman came about was, it was fucked up.
This man used to scare the shit out of me in that movie. I still can't watch Candyman to this very day.
Yeah,
My
it
my,
was something endearing about him because
my niece
it
is an
was like from
actor.
if I remember correctly, it was like he was, and I don't want to mess up no plot points for anybody that didn't watch the movie, but the way that he became Candyman was fucked up. Like it was some forbidden love kind of situation.
Mm.
You
Think
know
it
what I'm
had
saying?
kind of like those Moorish elements with the, like kind of like Othello type.
He basically, yeah. Listen, Shakespeare made his bones, talking about Moors and Albions
Mhm.
coming together. It's evident.
Yeah,
Romeo and Juliet has elements of that. The Montagues versus the
Capulet.
Capulets.
Yeah,
It's unsaid, but yeah, those two families were probably, you know, um,
like
of the
Medici.
different races.
Yeah, like Medici's and
Hmm.
whatever else. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost willing to bet because had it not been so, then how would there be an Othello if that's the case?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
No, that's some black stuff. You get mad at somebody steal your girl and they it's like buyer's remorse kind of thing. Like they were gonna let their daughter marry him, but then they changed their mind. I think was the sentiment of it.
Yeah, it was through chicanery.
Mm-hmm.
Through chicanery, you had Iago.
Yeah.
Iago played that element in which he was, basically going around and manipulating everybody and practicing skullduggery. And at the end of the whole ordeal, you had the tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
Desdemona. Was it? Yeah, is it Desdemona?
I think so.
Man, listen, it's been so long since I've read Shakespeare in its
Yeah.
entirety.
The last
Desdemona. Yeah, it is Desdemona. And
yeah.
Desdemona unfortunately meets her untimely death
Last
at
thing I
the hands of
Merchant
Othello.
Merchant of Venice was the last I saw, I think. Last movie on TV, that is, just recently.
See, Merchant. Who was the merchant class?
There was the Moors that came into town, and then there was also Al Pacino who played the Jew banker.
But did you see any Moors in that movie?
Oh yeah, they were there. It was Moors there in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You had to. There's certain things in history
Yeah.
that you can't hide. I mean, obviously, um, with the tapestry that
Mm-hmm.
we were renowned around the world, the silks,
Right.
the gold, and all of those, you had to have been from high society to even have those elements in your possession to even weave or do any of that stuff.
Right.
The tapestry, the silks. You're not gonna find a pauper or the slave class
Right.
with that kind of material.
No, you wouldn't.
Much less having it on for sale
Right.
like that.
Because that's a luxury, just like how they try to say about slavery in America with the cotton thing, and that's what caused the Civil War. But it's like at the same time, you got to ask yourself, well, if slavery is about cotton, who the hell are we making clothes for? Like, what's the cotton being used for if it's so like, but nobody's ever able to, elaborate on that and explain that. But they just want us to think that we were just out in the field, always picking cotton. But who's buying the cotton, and what is the cotton being used for?
Exactly.
That's the trick right there. Nobody's
Mm-hmm.
using logic. Everybody's on this emotional tip, like, oh, they had us in the field on hot summer days. Master just relentless, got us working in the 110-degree heat, and just it's like, really, huh?
Bullshit. Here's the thing, man. We owned the land. We had knowledge of the land. We
Mm-hmm.
knew the land like the land knows us.
Right.
So when it came down to agriculture,
Mm-hmm.
manipulation of, you know, uh, the soil, uh, botany, things of that nature, right?
Right.
Irrigation, which, we came up with,
Mm-hmm.
and a host of other things that's associated with agriculture.
Right.
That's because we understood the land and we still do.
Right.
Hell, look at all of the historically so-called black universities. Majority of them are A&Ms, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have an element of agriculture and mechanical.
Right.
So we were the original engineers.
Mm-hmm.
We were the original land keepers. So we
Right.
knew the land. We knew how to manipulate metals and all of those things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As far as, the mechanical aspect,
Mm-hmm.
there's an element of engineering in that.
Right.
You have to be an engineer in order to get into some form of engineering when it comes to, mechanical.
Right. And another
So,
thing, oh my bad, go ahead. Sorry, bro.
I'm just going to add this on it. So, they take the genius out of it, and we look at George Washington Carver, for example,
Mm-hmm.
and, the inventions and things he did. And we marginalize an individual like him simply because, like for so-called Black History Month, we just mentioned them. Yeah, George Washington Carver did this, and it's like, all right, that's it. But have we actually gone into what he's done, his contributions? We
Right,
always talk about Benjamin Franklin.
right. And it's really anytime the white man bigs up a so-called black person, like say for instance Harriet Tubman or Sojourner Truth, any of these, Madam C.J. Walker, you got to ask yourself, wait a minute, what's the relationship here between these two? Because you know it has to be something. Because the white man, the way that they work, this is how the white men work. They only hang around people that they have things in common with and they have a common goal with.
Bingo. Bingo.
So
You can see Madam C.J. Walker,
mm-hmm.
all intents and purposes. I'm going to be bold enough to say that her inventions kind of, well, it did rather. I'm just going to say it. It tamed, the way our hair grew.
The Tignan
She
law.
kind of relaxed it.
Mm-hmm.
Relaxed it, made our hair. She tamed our hair.
Right.
At the time.
If it
So
wasn't for a Tignan law, would there really been a need for Madam C.J. Walker?
C.J. Walker, yeah, she benefited from that. Most definitely. Most definitely, because she made our look more palatable for them.
Right.
So yeah, she was used. A lot of her stuff was used because it appeased, them.
The mulatto.
They don't like us in our natural state, obviously.
The mulatto, the Melungeon,
There you go.
red bone, the Creole. Girl.
The good hair, black folk.
Good hair. The Whitley Gilberts of a different world. The Whitley.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of those individuals, they were, to get into classism and also colorism. A lot of those individuals, were used by W.E.B. Du Bois,
Mm-hmm.
and which he would call the talented 10th.
The traitor. The
boule.
Yeah. Would you call it sedition? Along with, it's treacherous, but would we call it sedition is when damn it, I had it written.
You go against the nation.
Right. You go against
Yeah, actually, sis, you onto something there. Yeah. Because they're putting themselves in a position where they're against the Moorish nation.
Right.
So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it is.
When you say it like that, yeah.
That's sedition and that's treason and sedition.
Mm-hmm. You're siding with the enemy.
Right. Trading with the enemy act, basically. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, since you on fire tonight, I mean, I wouldn't have made that correlation, at least probably not in this time in my life, but you brought something that's fundamental that we just overlook, but yet
I just pay attention to people, and how they be moving and how like a society and like a detail structure, I guess you would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you put what you just said on the gravity scale of empirical truth, it makes sense. They went against their nation,
right?
On a degree, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go against what you just said. It makes perfect sense.
This is what conduct or language inciting rebellion against the authority of a state or insurrection, rebellion.
When you put it in the context of them going against Moorish science, specifically the Moorish kingdom, which, or the Moorish nation, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Right. And so when did we get dispelled, though, as a Moorish nation here in America? Really, it correlates to when the Ottoman Empire fell, because the Ottomans, this is the thing about them, they are our cousins in a sense. They were the ones still holding on to Islam because they still held Mecca and Jerusalem over in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, listen, they are us.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to look at the from my perspective specifically, Israelite perspective,
Mm-hmm.
Isaac and Ishmael. Ishmael still fell underneath the Abrahamic covenant,
Right.
so it's no question.
Right.
Like, if people are gonna make a distinction and go into, um, the Isaac seed line and everything, you have to remember, God made a pact with Abraham
Mm-hmm.
and said, "All of your descendants is blessed." It's not Ishmael under the seed line of Abraham.
Right. It's only Abraham.
So Ishmael was okay. He was all right. He was chilling. He was blessed.
Yeah. As long as
So anybody that says otherwise, is going against scripture and going against the word.
right. Which is why the so-called Israel that's over there in the Middle East today, they're not the real people, because really in the Bible, they're not supposed to have their own land or own nation because of their transgressions
Thank you.
of what they did, not upholding the covenant.
Yeah, in Deuteronomy. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my Lord, I have trouble saying that word at times. There is a specific curse
Yep.
that was brought upon the people, and they said you won't see that land anymore.
Right.
You'll be disconnected from that land.
And it's just like, if you really think about it, look at the Bolsheviks of Russia. They are cursed. If you really think about it, they have cursed themselves, because what they did is not like an enemy nation came in and dethroned their monarch in the royal family. They did it themselves.
Yes, and to complement that point, sis, you
Mm-hmm.
can go in history. Every nation or every empire starts with internal strife before an enemy ever comes in to, you know, conquer it. There's always some terms of internal destabilization
Right.
before another enemy, goes in and conquer it. Look at perfect example movie we all looked at and was like, okay, it's cool or whatever. 300, right?
Oh yeah.
The
300.
Persians going against the Greeks,
Yeah.
specifically Spartans.
Right.
Um, in that movie, there was an internal strife between King Leonidas and the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
So that touches upon what you just said. And what I just complimented. What you just said. That internal. They did it to themselves before an outside entity comes in and wipes the whole shit.
Right. Because think about it, they never had to go through what the rest of Europe had to go through, which was a reconquering and royal house flipping, turning each royal house upside down, inside out, kicking the original Moors out. Russia never had to go through that. That's why they have so much of their stuff still to this day, like artwork, artifacts, everything. But what they did was just unspeakable. And because Lenin was such a fuckboy,
Sister said, "Fuck, boy, I'm done."
Lenin was a straight up fuckboy, because he got it. He did something. He got mad at the emperor for his brother being killed by I think it was the military, or it was some type of commotion. Well, anyway, either way, his brother ended up dead. So when you mourning, you you go through your stages of grief, you want to blame everybody under the sun for your loved one being gone. You be wondering, walking around like, why you had to take mine? Why can't this one over here be the one that had to go? So he was on that type of bitterness, when you really think about it. And honestly, this is kind of where him and Trotsky kind of, diverged, and went their separate ways. And he tried to kill Trotsky a couple of times. But anyway, the point is, he was so distraught about his brother being killed, he took his anger out on the royal family and pointed the fingers over here at Nicholas II and said, he's the one. My brother's dead, and it's because of this family. And that was some BS, because that shit was really uncalled for. But that's what happened, And when you think about it, it wasn't so much that they cursed themselves, they cursed the royal family. Is really Nicholas's grandfather, I believe, which was the Tsar Alexander II, because in 1860 or 1861, if it was not for him freeing the 1.2 million serfs, which is white indentured servants, yes, the Slav, the slaves, serfs, whatever you want to call them. If it was not for him saying, all right, we're going to free all of the serfs, Nicholas and the royal family probably would have lived until their own demise, died happily, some other way, like royal families do.
Right.
But it's hard to say. But the way I look at it, I think that it's the grandfather's fault, because had he not freed the serf class, they wouldn't have had the following problems to come about afterward. Because what they didn't think about, okay, we're going to all of a sudden free not just a couple of thousand of serfs in former slave indentured servants. We're talking about
million
1800s, right? This is the 1800s, people. 1.2 million. That's like saying that's like most of Europe's population right there. Because mind y'all, 7 billion people don't exist during these type of times. You know what I'm saying? It's not like how we are today. It's just people just everywhere. It wasn't like that. But what they did, they decided, okay, we're going to free them and give them their freedom. Nobody sat down though and made pre-plans for housing. Where are we going to put all these people? What if they stay in Russia? What if they leave? But how are we really going to free them though? How are they going to sustain themselves with work? How are they going to provide for themselves? That type of shit wasn't thought of. And that's where the problem, I think.
Because you have to look at it. There's a lot of elements, but one element that stuck out specifically was that school of thought we all know and love, Karl Marx. When I say we all know and love, I'm alluding to, Black Lives Matter and that whole spiel.
Yeah.
How we're buying into it, which is Marxism.
That's socialism shit,
right? Yeah. Which is basically the precipitator of chaos. So now, when you had a king, you had order. You had people that were in a certain class or whatever the case may be, whether it's right or wrong. We're not debating that. We're not highlighting that. We're highlighting the fact that there was a specific structure, and that philosophy destabilizes that structure. So now there isn't any specific structure to address the new way of life now. Everybody essentially is equal,
right,
for all intents and purposes. So now it's like, okay, what do we do now?
This is where ghettos come from.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you can have a place like Egypt. You can have the pyramids over here with the Sphinx, and you can still see the ancient Egyptian or Kemet, Kemet, ancient,
Kemetic.
ancient Kemetic temples still by the Nile River. But in today's modern day, you go to Egypt and you got the beautiful uh and prehistoric ancient historic structure still in place, and then on this side you got the ghetto just looking like a goddamn shanty town in Brazil, all over the place, just Cairo just looking just buck wild and crazy over here, you know, because it's slaves getting free. When you are a slave, you are only thinking about being free and just living life where you don't have to be working under anybody else's rule. You don't have to be told what to do. And so what happens when you free those type of people who've never had freedom before? They don't know how to live the best of life and live up in splendor. They just do whatever and be happy that they living and breathing still.
You
So
know
that's
what?
why the way
To add to that
slavery
point, sis,
started.
I'm sorry to cut you off. To add to that point, sis, and
Mhm.
to compliment what you're just saying, the people in this case, they were missing education. They were missing the knowledge on how to not only self-sustain, right,
Mhm.
but to govern themselves accordingly.
Right.
So they were running, like you said, running wild. You know what I'm saying? That they there you go. So there's no education. At least with the nobility, they sat there, they thought about different things. They've analyzed different things. But with this new propaganda,
Mhm.
Marxism, specifically in that case socialism, which is one of the tenets, um, people just were fighting to be free. Now
Right.
that they're free, it's like, okay, you didn't think about what happens next, the next step. It's indicative of today.
Right.
Okay, now let's say we get this social justice shit
Mhm.
and all these things that we want. What's next?
Right. Where you
People
gonna
are going to start turning on themselves
go? Mhm.
because there's no enemy anymore.
Right.
The
And
perceived the perceived enemy in this case was the bourgeoisie,
there you
the
go.
ruling class,
Mhm.
which in the example that you gave in history, it was the royal families.
Right.
They represented the bourgeoisie.
Somebody to blame.
Hmm. So now you break free of those constraints, and who's your perceived enemy now? You're going to start turning against those within your ranks.
Right. And this is kind of why I've kind of been like always looking at this reparation talk, and I just roll my eyes because it's like you all want to be slaves so bad just to be able to get a check. But are you really thinking that money that they're going to give you, you really think it's going to be enough to get you and your family into a proper status? How are you going to do that when you don't know the proper way of knowledge of self? You don't even realize that you have a nation to begin with because you're not focused on it. All you want is to be able to get a Birkin bag.
Oh Lord.
Lord help my
You know
fellow
what? You just
sisters.
touched on something so deep, sis. Let me break that down for you. Let me get us some context.
You know where I'm going.
I already know where you're going with it. And it's funny you say that because we'll get that, like, the diaspora will get that money and give it right back to the enemy.
And
We
10 years
have no
later,
sense of economy.
10 years later, where we at? No, 5 years later.
If that, you're being generous for 5 years.
I know. I mean, that's too
Being
generous.
generous. Shit. Okay, let's say 5 years and right back. We're right back where we started. And the trinkets and things that we've been trained
Mm-hmm.
to like you said, sister, in previous shows, those things that we've what's the word that you used? Popularized.
Yeah.
You brought up a great concept. I understand the concept, but you had a word that you used that encompassed it.
Oh, when we were talking about how black people are the backbone of the economy, right?
Right. But it was a specific word that you used that was like genius.
Mm. Oh, jeez.
But
Oh, I know what you're talking about too. That
yeah,
was a great conversation we had.
great conversation. But I forget the terminology that you use. But nonetheless, let's deal with the concept. Minus the name.
Right.
So the same people that pioneer and push these brands, right?
Mhm.
We're set up to push the Gucci's amongst our community and all this other stuff, but we don't have, uh, you know, we don't back up the Carl Kanais. We don't back up the,
Mhm.
the so-called FUBUs
Right.
and things of that sort, right? Even if it appears to be linked up with the Albion, it's
Mhm.
still a brother that's pushing the line
Right.
versus some obscure Albion somewhere who goes on record and says, I don't want these people wearing my shit.
Heel finger.
Right.
Heel figure.
And the like. There's many of them that have said that shit.
Mhm.
It just hasn't been publicized.
Some, all of them, just
Yeah, we're set up to push their brands and luxury and things of that nature, right? But we don't create our own luxury brands. Back then we did.
Was it economic cosigners? I think
I believe that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we don't co-sign it, it doesn't go. We
Right.
are pop culture.
Mhm.
Everything that we do, we say becomes trendy. It becomes a pop. It becomes a fad, and it becomes a fad because here's the thing: when the European or the Albion takes it over, right, and he brands it becomes a part of his paradigm. We create it, but we have no control of the direction and where it goes or whatever the case may be. Like, let's look at the term bling bling, right?
Mhm.
Um, it's a made up word, but yet it made it into their dictionary.
The Webster's.
You know what I'm saying? So now it's like we don't control that anymore. They do.
A Paris Hilton will put a patent on a slang phrase that she says popularly, right? Like when Paris Hilton was all the rage back in the early 2000s. What she used to say stuff like what that's hot, or it'd be some catchphrase, but the way that she would capitalize off of it, file a patent on saying that phrase. But
Yeah,
we don't think about that.
one person within our ranks that is popularized for doing it is Mr. Sean Combs. Mr. Sean Combs is known for creating brands. That's his claim to fame. Outside of finding Biggie and devouring these artists' publishing and leaving him poor and destitute after he's done with them and humiliating people. His major claim to fame is He knows how to create brands.
Would you say vote or die?
That's a
Maybe
brand.
is that or the black? What is he calling it now? Black the political
The-
party, the B.
yeah, something to that effect. I know it's the Black something party. I'm not sure.
I don't want to give too much time, energy on that.
No, we got to dissect it because a lot of our people are going to buy into the rhetoric.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Remember, they use these colloquialisms to draw you in.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's look at it. Black Lives Matter, right?
Black let's.
Let's look at Black Lives Matter. The colloquialism, the slang, we've always been, use that term black,
Right,
right, is being us,
right.
synonymous with us. So now you throw on Lives Matter, and you can see where, within the colloquialism, if you're not, uh, legally astute and you don't have a very solid grasp upon legalese and things of that nature,
Mm-hmm.
right? If you don't have those things, you can easily become ingratiated by Black Lives Matter
Right.
because you'll think, okay, you know what? This is for the people. This is, something in which, I'm Black and I'm proud. So going with that heritage and that mindset, without knowing what Black really is, you'll fall for the banana in the tailpipe, like you say, sis.
Yeah.
And you'll go with it. But when you look at the organization, see, there's a distinction between the phrase
Right.
and then the organization. Now, the organization has a clear cut, concise plan, bullet points of what it wants and how it's going to go about getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
And then the terminology or the phrase, rather, the phrase Black Lives Matter, a lot of people are going to, they're going to superimpose that phrase to that organization.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the trick.
Right.
Putting legalese and all that aside, we know what Black means. We know that terminology has no footing in our Moorish community.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's a misnomer.
Right.
We, putting all of that knowledge aside and looking at a undeclared or an unconscious Moor who doesn't understand the legalese and the terminology and the definitions and the, what I'm saying, the bad word that it is, essentially, they're going to ingratiate that term because let's look at it. Throughout history, we've identified with it.
Right.
In the 70s, there's the campaign, I'm Black and I'm proud. James Brown and all of these artists and people push that narrative
Right. Think
of
on
us being
Jesse
Black.
Jackson with the Rainbow
It's
Coalition.
coalition, right? So all of these, institutions, all of these artists, all of these things of influence, and the diaspora has cling on to that term, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we look at it as a term of endearment. We look at it as a mobilizing word. I'm Black. Like that's powerful and all this other stuff because that's what we've been fed, right? So, again, putting all the legalese and all of that to the side,
Mm-hmm.
our people have ingratiated that term. We've
Right.
adopted that term. Similar to, the counterculture in the early 90s, with the thug culture or, the gangster culture, right? They took on the term nigga,
Mm-hmm.
right? Tupac kind of had his hand in that and, never ignorant getting goals accomplished. Okay, we get it. You're trying to change the vibration of the word and embrace it and make it ours or whatever. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of the older uh, generations that went through the struggle with that word,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't like it. There's books written upon it right now, the term nigga. But to go back to the term black now, um, we've adopted that. That's in our DNA,
Right.
here and now.
Right.
That's something we're gonna have to deal with as a community, as a nation. That term. Are we gonna continue to use it to our detriment, or
Mm-hmm.
are we gonna understand it, right,
Right.
and make a conscious decision moving forward to, you know, either we're gonna use it or not use it as a community moving forward. But we have to determine that as a nation and the community.
Right.
You know, when it goes into them court, when it goes into the now putting the courts and legalese and all that on the table now, we have to weigh it. Is this something that's going to hurt us in the long run,
Mm-hmm.
or is it gonna help us? Is it gonna help us, or is it gonna hinder us? That's the question.
Right.
That's the quintessential question.
Let me
So
let me ask you about this. Have you seen this Chelsea Handler?
yeah, 50 Cent old ex.
Yeah. I'm curious to find out what's everybody's thoughts on this. Like, why is it that these white women think that them speaking up for us and saying that we as so-called black people, we are scared of them, and that now they got us scared. I'm not scared. I don't fear no white people. So I
Gotta
resent
blame
the fact,
LeBron for that.
huh? Blame
Gotta
LeBron.
blame LeBron for that, saying that
Okay,
BS he said.
break it down, brother David. I know you gonna come with some bombs. Let me shut the fuck up, mute my mic. Go get into that, brother David. I want to hear this shit.
Yeah.
No, no. Before you say that though, what you were just saying about James Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how he had to make it into a song or to a chant to make it I'm black and I'm proud, saying it loud. I'm black and I'm proud, popular amongst people. Because like you said before, a lot of so-called black folks, we call them black. They can, they will fight you for that. Want to, beat you up or something, because of you calling them something that they knew that they weren't.
Right.
But as James Brown made it a chant and made it something hip or whatever, and even though his name is James Brown instead of James Black, some just like, well,
Funny.
but I'm
Yeah.
saying, you should have said I'm brown and I'm proud or something, it probably would have been better. But
Right.
by him, he was saying that it had become a chant, something popularized or whatever, something that can get inside people's minds and they can start, like, dancing to it and all this other stuff, So
Right.
that was my thoughts on that. But the whole thing with LeBron saying the whole thing about us being scared, to me, that's not speaking for. I mean, I guess when you say you black or whatever, or you claiming black,
Right.
that would make you scared, because you got that death chasing, that death coming after your ass, or coming for you, so because of that energy or that word or whatever. But when he's trying to speak on for like everybody else, like especially like he's trying to speak for the Moors who know their nationality and know their true identity,
Right.
um, it's an embarrassment to me, you know, because it seemed like somebody of that stature, that nature, he would be like the type that would say, fuck the police,
Mm,
like something like Ice Cube would say. He'll be that type of person that be like, fuck the
right.
police, fuck what y'all saying. and y'all don't have no control over me. But because of where he is and the contracts he signed and all this other stuff, he, is playing a role or whatever, or he can only say so much. So by him saying that though, like he's the voice, that makes people think. That makes black folks think that they're scared, and that makes other people, other nations see us as being scared, see us as victims,
Right.
and we're not. He can only speak for those that don't know themselves. He can only speak for them if they don't think for themselves. He doesn't speak for me. None of these people speak for me. In that way. When
Right.
it comes to submitting to the labels and the terms that delude to nothingness,
Mhm.
pussified or whatever you want to call it or whatever,
Right.
And I think another thing to go back when y'all saying LeBron and Dwayne Wade, I get that, but I feel like I was listening to the Mike Tyson's hot boxing,
Mhm.
and he had Boosie on there,
Yeah, I
and
saw that.
and he was talking to Boosie, and you asked Boosie why did he say all this stuff. It just basically, to me, you out here trying to destroy children in a sense, and like you said with Dwayne Wade, no, I'm kind of going off on a little bit, but it'll come back around.
You good? You good? You
But
good?
with LeBron James,
Mhm.
I mean Dwayne Wade, I can understand LeBron James in a sense, but Dwayne Wade, how he letting his son do all this stuff,
Right.
not even being the father figure and saying like, no, you are not a man, you are not a girl.
Right.
Your name is not Zaya. You are a man. You born. Supposed to be a man, or you're supposed to be strong, whatever. But the only reason I brought that up when you said, y'all saying like LeBron and Dwayne Wade or whatever. I used to respect Dwayne Wade, but it always seemed like something funny with him. Just by how he looked. In a sense. I don't
Right.
know, like or whatever. But other than that, um, we just really like people mad at Ice Cube for saying what he's saying or whatever, or doing what he did. But it's like I ain't see nobody else coming with no plans and no ideas to say like, what can y'all do for us?
Right.
People like Diddy now talking about we gonna have. I don't care if it's 1,000 people. It's like nigga, you ain't even got no plan. You ain't got nothing. All you doing is talking. You just talking.
Right.
And a lot of people are just talking, man, and don't have no true plan. But when somebody do come with something to get something started, people want to criticize it. Certain Moors criticize it,
Mhm.
criticizing the brothers. A lot of people, the council court, so-called council culture is out here trying to discredit this man when nobody else didn't do the shit. Jesse Jackson didn't come with no plan. Martin Luther King didn't come with no plan. None of these people came with no plan.
Right.
And then like you said, when somebody finally trying to come to the table and say, here, y'all need to start respecting us,
Mhm.
they got something to say. They got something negative to say. You
Right.
know, that's I guess that's just my thing right there. I at least commend the brother for at least trying to do something,
Mhm.
and standing up and saying, hey, what are y'all gonna do?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Biden can only do some wishing shit. Like, oh, I hope to be able to give y'all this.
All
You know
right.
what I'm saying? But Trump is actually in a position to
Two.
fulfill a lot of stuff.
Right.
So it's like people gonna be having to wait. Okay, if Biden get in there. Oh yeah, we gotta clean up. Like I said before, we gotta clean up these first 4 years. We gotta clean up. We gotta clean up Trump.
Right.
Now we got to then the next 4. Okay, now we probably can do something. But then he gonna be like Obama. Obama just is on his last 4. He like basically, I'll just be in that face. I'm about to head on out. I ain't really did shit for you know, black folks, whatever. When he
Right.
had the opportunity to really stand on, really just be out there to be that face and just say, look, y'all can't be out here killing people like this, you know, innocent people or whatever. You know, just because they might speak out or something or resist, you ain't out here killing. They ain't out here showing white folks getting killed like that or whatever.
Right.
He just, to me, it's just like Obama blew his opportunity to really have a deeper impact on America and on the world as a president,
Right.
you know. But he only just he just thought he was just gonna be great because his skin complexion
Right.
and
Or because he was in office with Obama.
mm-hmm mm-hmm and so now we looking at you know everybody's just riding the Biden train
Mm-hmm.
and all this. When you look at it, man, this man talking, it seemed like he got some anger in him, some type of anger. It seemed like you can see the veins popping out his forehead, looking like it's about to form two horns coming out his head. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he looked like he's not even there in a sense. He talking, he ain't talking to you, he talking at you.
Right.
You know, or you know,
Even
even the 60 minutes. Did you all see the whole 60 minutes interview with
I
Trump?
didn't I didn't see the whole thing, but I did see it was at a Trump rally. Trump played this clip on the Jumbotron, and at the end of the clip, it was Joe and Jill Biden sitting together, and Joe's talking, and he's talking about running for president, but he forgot who he was running up against. He kept saying the name George, like he was going up
Mm-hmm.
against George Bush. And it was
Mm-hmm.
like, what the hell is happening? Like he's got, I don't know if it's a clone or if it's just this, he has dementia, early onset dementia, or like maybe it's not even early anymore. It's like full fledged at this point, and they trying to
Yeah,
hide it.
and I think a lot of people are trying to they just ignoring it. People are just choosing to ignore all this stuff. People choosing to ignore
Right,
the president, like Biden. They choosing to ignore nationality. They choosing to ignore a whole bunch of stuff because so much information out here,
right,
you know. And it's like people just keep coming up with excuses to continually just live life how they want to live it. Just they comfortable with where they at, you know. Nationality or your true history, your true ancestry, and your true
right,
lineage. None of that stuff really matters to a lot of people now. You know, it's not even a concern to them. All they thinking is the YOLO. You know, that BS right there. You only live once. You
right,
know, making people so irresponsible and just thinking, oh man, I ain't got to worry about you know, the next life. Cause guess what? It's just this life, and then and, you know whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's
right.
like just making people irresponsible. I know I jumped off the whole, you know, the whole subject, but
You good.
um,
I'm
you
glad
know,
you
but like I said, we just don't need these people who. I mean, it's good that LeBron is doing certain things for, you know, his community and, you know, opening up schools and all that stuff. But
mm-hmm,
when it comes to you being supposed to being a strong so-called black person in front of the media, you know, you one of the most powerful basketball players on the planet. You know, especially like probably number one right now. You know what I'm saying? Look at his number one right now.
right,
Um, and you bringing a message to the people, to the masses of weakness and scared. You know, being scared. I'm not rocking with that stuff.
right.
And nowadays, to me, it's just like I I'm not afraid to post stuff on Facebook or none of that stuff, you know, express my true opinion on how I feel about certain things because, you know, we got to walk through this shadow or, you know, this valley
Valid.
and the shadow of death, you know what I'm saying? That all this stuff that we got to see, you know what I'm saying? We can't be afraid not to stand tall, not to be strong, not be strong women. I
Right,
mean, not of being afraid to be strong women, be strong men, be strong Moors, be strong Muslims, and
absolutely.
actually represent. Because all this stuff that other stuff is falling. All that bullshit, the matrix is falling apart. That global reset, all this stuff with COVID, is the
Them,
wheels of the industry stopping and starting back up.
right.
They not saying how it, how it, they ain't gonna say like, yeah, the wheels of the industry have stopped or whatever. But Noble Ali already predicted all this stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Prophesize all this stuff. So that's why we gotta understand the great thing that he brought for us as a people. You
Mhm.
know, people keep coming up with all these this not whatever, not give a whatever,
Nap,
whatever that,
Tifa, Nap, not Nap.
yeah, like, yeah, it's about like Black Lives Matter, coming up with that, coming up
Yeah,
with all these different phony groups,
right.
but don't have any no real substance behind it, because it's not the Moorish Science Temple of America. Nothing ain't gonna change that this is a divine and national movement, and that people gonna have to eventually get on board. You know what I'm saying? Or they gonna continue to be suckers,
Right.
continue to be used or whatever, and be
Mhm.
taken out on this planet. So with that, I yield the floor. Hope I answered some questions, Yachida, but and Willa, but I guess that's just some of the stuff that's on my mind right now. With that, I say peace.
Well, David, allow me to just say this, bro.
Hats off to you, sir. Thank you for that.
Bomb after bomb after bomb.
Yes.
That's all I can say, bro. Like, you don't have to apologize about anything, because you gave us enough to segue into a plethora of different topics.
Man, it's like being on the freeway. Which exit do you
To
take?
go, yeah, because you
Man.
bring up the fact of LeBron, which is a whole other thing in itself that we could talk about,
Mm-hmm.
and it relates, because like Malcolm X said, we have ball players and horn players and things of that nature that are our leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, he's coming and pushing this victimization victimization narrative.
Right.
As we can see now, is right now where we're claiming it's victimhood.
Right.
It's trendy to be a victim.
Got the white women all of a sudden not Emmett Tilling us, but sticking up for us. But just a few decades ago, their grandmothers would have been like the lady that got Emmett Till killed just for the hell of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how within like what 2 generations it's flipped. Back
Yeah.
in the days, your grandmama would have did me. Your grandmama would have really did somebody like me in walking down the street. Now, a few decades later, though, you still the granddaughter of your old mean ass grandma, and you're not doing it exactly like grandma, but you doing it in a manipulative white woman type of way. Am I wrong to say that, or I don't know?
No, you understand it.
That's just how it seemed to me. Oh, before we
It's,
continue, Supreme, just want to acknowledge you, Supreme. Welcome, bro. How you doing tonight? And welcome, as always. Thank you for being with us. Is he there? No?
well,
He's
I guess,
probably just listening.
yeah, it's like, I just want to say also this is like, we have to stand strong as individuals and
Mhm.
as a people, and understand the power of the mind, and the power of how we can make things happen, and
Mhm.
and affect this atmosphere, affect this earth, affect this planet, um, in order to make certain things happen, in order to make greater things happen, in order to get rid of the whole victimhood, in
Right.
order to get rid of all this cooning and all this whatever, you know, kind of wait, playing this wait game. We have to go out here really, continue to make things happen,
Mm-hmm.
you know, on this earth, you know, be it individually. I mean, it's got to come first as an individual, but you know, becoming as a unit, you know, even us right here, how we talking right now, we're speaking and, you know, communicating and sharing ideas, sharing thoughts, and you know, staying aware of what's going on and not being blinded by a lot of the propaganda and the media. We have to just understand our greatness. And like I said, with LeBron saying that bullshit he said, you want us to acknowledge you for your greatness and respect, put some respect on your name and all this other shit, nigga. You need to put some respect on us as a people and stop with that bullshit. I'm tired of these people out here making us look like the weakest, we just the weakest sources of human beings on this planet, the weakest sources of chattel property or whatever on this planet. I mean, we're not none of that stuff. We're not weak.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But some people just want to keep us weak, man, and keep us.
Bitches.
Yeah, it's like, how you gonna? I don't know. Just don't want us to really enjoy the fruits of life. It's like,
Right.
just okay, yeah, you just can live for a little bit. You got a certain amount of time to live. Just don't ruffle no feathers. You know, just don't ruffle no feathers. You know,
Right.
accept these breadcrumbs. You know, it's just a whole bunch of plate of breadcrumbs, and I'm just tired of it, man. You know,
Yeah.
I'm
Here,
tired of it. You
here it
know,
is, David.
go ahead.
I love the fact, you know, not only your energy, brother. Like, man, you know, usually you're nonchalant, but tonight I feel your energy. You know what I'm saying? I hear it. I hear it. You know, I hear
Mm-hmm.
the passion,
Yes.
and you know, I'm a brother about passion. You know, if it don't come from the heart, to me, it ain't real. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Mm-hmm.
With that being said,
Mm-hmm.
concerning LeBron, like you mentioned, concerning um, Puffy, all these, you know, those brothers know where their bread is being buttered. You know, they know who's signing those checks for them. You know, to sell out the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're reactionaries. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
say. They're
Mm-hmm.
reactionaries. These aren't leaders. These aren't people who we can look up to, right? For an example, at least you know, going back, we can look at a Malcolm X. Excuse me, not a Malcolm X. A Muhammad Ali, and he made a stand.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A political one at that, in
Right.
which he was facing jail time. You know, his freedom, his livelihood.
Not going to
You know,
Vietnam.
was excuse me?
Not going to Vietnam.
Yeah. You know, his livelihood was at stake. You
Right.
know, how he fed his family was actually on the table. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been no more.
Right.
So, you know, to take that kind of stand versus, you know, with nowadays when you have these social activists that make a controversial tweet or, you know, they kneel or do something that is not going to really challenge anything, just bring about conversation.
Right.
There's no, like you said, there's no real movement. You know what I'm saying? Movement requires
Mm-hmm.
some form of activity, something being done,
Right.
right? Something being addressed. All they doing, like you said, brother, they talking. They talking. They bringing like Jay Z. Jay Z, even though Jay Z represented, you know, the corporate Negro or whatever, but
Mm-hmm.
even it's a mockery when Jay Z says, "Okay, we kneeled. You know, we got it. We know that there's something wrong. Now let's move forward and address it. We know what the issues are." And it's funny he said that because he chimed in, you know, even though it's Jay Z and what he represents, but even he made a solid point and saying, okay, brother, it's only so much activism and awareness that can go around before somebody has to do something. So to touch on your point with Ice Cube, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how you said he went about going and trying to make something happen. That's a movement. That requires, energy being expended. Going out, thinking, planning, strategizing and bringing forward something to at least challenge or get these people to look at, okay, if you want us to participate in this voting process or whatever, we gonna need something tangible. You know what I'm saying? And Puffy, the opportunist he is, he wants to basically pimp our votes, and he wants to be the pimp. And we acquiesce to what he wants us to do. Hey, we gonna vote Democrat, or hey, we gonna vote Republican, but he's aligned with the Democrats, so I'm not even gonna go into that.
All because
But
he's some satanic shit.
yeah. So, he's basically leading us back into this plantation that, let the Democrats tell it. We going back on the plantation. And it's sad, bro. It's sad to see that these prominent men that we put so much energy into, that we buy their products that they sell. We buy these Nikes that LeBron comes out with. We buy the Sean Johns, the records, and all that stuff under Puffy. We support these brothers, and yet this is what they give back to the people. We made them essentially rich, right? Wealthy. And when they get to the precipice of where they reach, instead of giving us a message of positivity, of something of substance, they give us bullshit, bro. They, like I said earlier, they know where their bread is buttered. So they're not gonna go against the little peanuts that they're getting from Mr. Charlie, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to give the people some real substance. They're bought and paid for. You know what I'm saying? They're compromised. And until the people can understand that fact, we as a diaspora, we're gonna be doomed. Because if we looking to them as an example and for an answer to problems that we have, let's be frank. The only real problem Puffy has is being exposed for who he really is. Yeah. Outside of that, he doesn't have real problems like we have.
If Jaguar hadn't stayed, Jaguar went for the jugular on him.
Yeah, I mean, that's his only issue, being exposed for who he really is. Yeah. Outside of that, he eats, drinks, sleeps. Man has $1 million homes all across the country, man, in prominent spots. He doesn't identify with us. So how you gonna tell us how to vote?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? When you don't have our problems, you don't share our plight. You know what I'm saying? You living better than certain white men. Mm-hmm. So how could you identify with us?
Yeah.
On a class level, much less.
Didn't he make I'm Richer Bitch or something like that a few years ago?
I don't know.
Damn.
I just see it as like when you're saying with Pup Diddy, as this system falls, their status falls. They fall along with it. Like you said, them being afraid of what's going on. I mean, being exposed for who they are. And if Diddy did have something to do with Biggie being, taken up out of here or whatever, I hope that really come to light. You know what I'm saying? I hope it continue to come to light and him being exposed for who he is, the snake who he is. How you gonna be jealous of the person that's making you shine, helping you put your product bigger on the map. You know, y'all supposed to share in that shine. You know, you're supposed to share in it, not be envious and like, damn, he getting more shine than me. You know, it seemed like, you know, like when he was all in the videos, it's like in Biggie videos, it's like he wanted that light. He wanted that shine. That's supposed to be in him. We're up there rapping and, you know, damn, why they want to stick me for my paper? You know, all that stuff, you know, all that stuff that he saw Biggie doing, the main person that made Bad Boy what it is, you jealous of this person.
Mm.
You low-key jealous of this person. That shit don't even make no damn sense. It's like support. You supposed to be like, this my ride or die right here. He making our company better. I want to see him shine to the fullest. When he shine, I'm shining. So it's like you constantly building each other up. You constantly rising together. You rising the group together. Then with Lil' Kim, you know, that's making it even grow even better. You know what I'm saying? But you a person with limited vision and a hater's mentality and a hater's you know, like an envious mentality, those are the ones who end up doing some shit like that. You want to get this person killed and all this other stuff because you want that spotlight. When you already sharing in it, you know what I'm saying? It's like he ain't say, get out of my video, Puffy, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. You know, even though he came into that, is like Biggie wasn't jealous of Puffy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why it just don't make sense to why would you do something like that? And if it is true, like I said, I hope the shit be, you know, exposes that light need to come out. That light need to the truth need to be, you know, come out to where it exposes these people for the rats and the snakes and all this other stuff of who they are. But that's the reason why they don't want this. That's the reason why they pushing that vote or die bullshit or whatever and all this other stuff, because that's a part of their system. They're integrated into that system, and if that system, as that system starts falling apart, they fall apart along with it. And a lot of people don't want to. Some artists or whatever, they don't want that. They don't want that to fall because they're too comfortable. They're comfortable where they are, and the power that they have. So the illusion of power that they have, and they don't really have that power. You know what I'm saying? But they're losing it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why you seeing him for who he is, and him out here doing all kind of crazy, stupid shit. You know, wearing wigs and talking about, oh, daddy, I want to celebrate my birthday with you and all this other shit. All that bullshit started coming out. Cause what you doing if you out here, man, chasing booty holes? What you chasing? You chasing bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be the shit that's coming out of your damn mouth, your mindset, everything. All this shit gonna be full, defiled, full of shitness. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. I'm not making up a word full of shitness, but I'm just saying, like,
hey, we get the concept nonetheless, though.
Yeah.
Makes
So
sense.
go ahead.
Butt plugging. Go ahead. No.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I know you made it up, but it makes sense. Context, it makes sense.
Go on.
Yeah. So it's go ahead.
Continue.
No, brother, continue. We don't have to apologize.
So what I'm saying is, because of them being so full of shit, all that bullshit is just coming out. The bullshit of the system, the bullshit of the whatever, sports being rigged or elections being rigged, and fuckers, whatever they trying to do to push, whatever they pushing, whatever narrative they really trying to push and hide and really afraid of us awakening and them, their system falling or whatever they new world order they trying to push us into, whether we vote for Trump or vote for Biden or vote for whoever, you know what I'm saying, or don't vote or whatever we don't do, it's pushing us towards something. And some people are afraid of the system is falling, the system is crashing, or whatever is crashing. They don't want to see that system crash. That's why they'll push somebody out there. Puffy, hey, you see what time it is? Hey, you see these niggas starting to think, hey, we need you to get out here and say, you gonna come out with your own goddamn black whatever kind of party. It's like constantly pushing all this bullshit, pushing this bullshit at okay, now we need Dwayne Wade to do something. What you gonna do, Dwayne? Well, you know I got a son who think he a girl, so I can push that agenda, that narrative. Okay, what you gonna do, Pressure? Well, I can say vote or die, and then okay, what you gonna say? Whoever, you know what I'm saying, Steve Harvey or whatever, whoever they want to fucking push. They keep pushing people in front of us.
Drop
pushing-
the
they keep
goddamn
pushing-
on.
They keep pushing murder in front of us because they know how we gonna react. They keep pushing all this marching, all this same predictable bullshit because guess what? They know how we gonna react. They already done seen how we gonna react and how we gonna respond. So guess what? They know niggas, cause guess what? They put that label of black on us. So guess what? They define that shit. So guess what? All that bullshit we see these niggas doing or whatever, or these people out here doing because they think they black, guess what? All that shit been defined in their box of, okay, blackness. Okay, so because these niggas black, we know how they gonna react. We know how they gonna respond. We know how they think. We know how they feel. We know what they want. They want our women. They want this, or they want that, or they want to sit at the table. So it's like this. So once they start seeing that people starting to wake up from all that bullshit and knowing that we're greater than this little fucking stupid ass box they got us in, they want to bring out any type of celebrity that's with their bullshit that they know they got a contract on, from them signing whenever they came in, however they came in, got them, you know, like I said, even LeBron, like I said, you built, you strong, you all this other stuff, and you, like I said, dominant on this basketball court, but then you out here talking about we scared, we scared as a man. They don't represent me. They don't represent me. And I don't give a fuck about none of this shit what these people out here saying. Nobody can destroy what I know, who I am, my divinity. Nobody on this planet. Like I said, I ain't jealous of nobody on this earth. I can admire people and appreciate what they are, but I'm not finna go out here and say, oh, because this motherfucker got more shine than me, I'm gonna go out here and kill him. I'm gonna go out here and do this. I'm gonna go out here and take somebody's life, you know what I'm saying? Because damn, they got more shine than me, or damn, they making me look like I'm the weaker person. When it's like Puffy and Puffy or whatever.
Mace.
And even Jay-Z and what's his name? Rockefeller, Dame Dash.
Yeah.
They were making each other shine. But because of what? The jealousy or whatever, or the ego making somebody think, oh, I gotta chop him down. We can't do this thing together. So it's like all that stupid ass shit right there. That's the thing that will constantly, that'll destroy anybody, any people when it comes to all that shit. When you having this consistent mindset of I'm jealous, so I gotta be, or this person making me look stupid or whatever, or they get more shine than me and all this other stuff. That's the thing right there that is destroying us as a people. And that's the thing they don't want us to wake up from. And because we're waking up from it, and because this system, whatever kind of system it is crumbling, they have to constantly bring out swine flu, the goddamn coronavirus, the damn killer hornets, whatever they murder hornets, all this bullshit that done happened so much in this year, in 2020. You have to really be able to appreciate all this stuff that's going on in this season, this time right now, because it's just like okay, it's just like somebody saying, okay, they got a pie. Or let's say, a pie. Let's say it's a coronavirus pie that's full of illusion, full of bullshit or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You think you're gonna die from all this shit once they hit you with it. Then it's like boom. Once they hit you with it, you realize like, okay, you start wiping the shit off your face and all this other stuff, and next thing you know, you realize like that was bullshit. You start seeing through all the bullshit. So the thing is, like I said, that 2020 vision, all this stuff, is being able to really see through the bullshit and really be able to appreciate all this stuff that's going on. Appreciating it. Not just looking at the end result, but appreciating when we get to that finish line. That make us, like I said, the prophet say, where we won't have to, not he didn't say it, but to where we don't have to repeat this stuff again. We won't ever have to go back to being black again. It'll be a time frame where our people, that little small little time frame, there's like, okay, we had to go through this blackness. We had to go through that little time frame of being black, even though we weren't. But as the people, we thought we were black or whatever. So just going through that this little time frame or whatever. It's the end of that shit.
Little hiccup, little amnesia.
All right. So with that, like I said, I say peace and yield the floor once again. You know.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna take credit tonight for David's spiel, because I think I pushed the brother button tonight, man. I think I really pissed this brother off, and this is the energy I know the brother could bring to the show every night. That's why he's our sheik, our resident sheik on the show, man. And David, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you too, man. I appreciate Supreme. I appreciate Faye. I appreciate everybody who's on here, and I appreciate Willa. The thing is like I be want to talk like this all the time to people. You know what I'm saying? But see, like I said, when that little peaceful, calm, hey, let's get along, David. Get along with everybody, and let me try to be everybody's fucking help or best friend, and make sure that I ain't starting no trouble with nobody. People don't even damn respect that or appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the thing is, it's just really being able to, like I said, that's why I say I appreciate being on the show where you're able to express and speak your mind, and being with like-minded people. Like I said, even if you may not agree with necessarily everything somebody say, it's like you always can learn something new, or you can be able to share and come to an agreement the majority of times with the people that you are on this show with. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a good energy, a good appreciation. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, just when you come with the history, like I said, you coming with the history, you come with the law, you coming with the moral science, you coming with just being able to piece everything together. I can truly say that I appreciate it.
12 o'clock.
I truly appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And being able to walk as a man, walk as a human being, not being afraid. You know what I'm saying? Not being afraid, and being solid on your foundation. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you out here and it's on truth and righteousness. It ain't on here about trying to believe the bullshit and the hype and all this other stuff, but trying to stand on those 5 principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, justice. You know what I'm saying? So when that becomes you or whatever, ain't no need to be afraid of this shit that's out here that they trying to damn scare people with or whatever. No matter what it is, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, period. And that could be a physical weapon, mental weapon, spiritual weapon, any type of weapon. Knowing, as long as you know you and knowing yourself, and you stand on that right there, and you know what your true intentions are, and you knowing your divinity and your divine rights as a human being to be able to live on this planet by God, the great God of the universe, Allah. That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters. Being able to live life, to be that living sacrifice. You ain't got to go out here trying to sacrifice nobody else and kill somebody else. And be that light, that sacrificial light. You know what I'm saying? Where other people can see and know that you walked the walk. You walk the walk, and you go, you become prepared and you become divine. Like I said, that's all about I self Lord and master. I self Lord and master, becoming Lord of yourself, becoming Lord of your surroundings, becoming Lord of everything. Mastery, self-mastery, man. That's the thing, man. I mean, so like I said, man, like I said, maybe you spark, like you said, you did spark it, you know what I'm saying, in a sense. But it's, I guess, like I said, with me, like I said, I know I don't know everything, so therefore, it's good to listen and hear what people are saying and being able to observe and piece certain things together, piece certain points. The thing about this moment, this time in this day and age, and this time right now, man, with this coronavirus and all this other stuff that's going on, just giving me more time to read and study more and get back into studying more. You know what I'm saying? Reading more, studying more, learning new things, learning new techniques, learning new, whatever. So I'm just appreciative of it all. You know what I'm saying? I'm appreciative of this computer, this technology that we have, the way where we're able to share like this Zoom. I'm appreciative of it, even though, I'm appreciative of the Facebook, the YouTube. I'm appreciative of all the stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because it can be used for either good or bad. It just depends on what you're trying to use it for, you know what I'm saying? So it can have its good and have its bad, you know what I'm saying? But the intentions reside within yourself, what you're going to do. So like even in The Matrix, the movie in The Matrix, they had he was saying, you got some machines out here that want to destroy you, yet you got some machines out here that's, trying to help you, for your survival, for your life or whatever. So, like I said, we don't necessarily know how this thing is ending or whatever, or how it's, we can see it, but like I said, this is done in a conflict that can't be told in words, in a sense. So, the only way you can understand it is through your vision.
Should I do it? I think I will. Go ahead, my brother.
No, I'm just saying, so through your vision of being able to see it, like I said, to see, then you'll understand why the prophet said this is a divine and national movement, and brought back our flag and our nationality, and that the labels black and Negro colored and all this other stuff was never attached to the human family. Never. You know what I'm saying? And I was reading something yesterday in this book about writing and like how names and all this other stuff, when somebody give you a name or whatever, like they gave you that name or so-called label or black or whatever.
Right.
And you start accepting that shit, you like I said before, you putting yourself in that box, man. You putting yourself on all these definitions. It could be ain't shit. You ain't shit bitch. You whatever, you this, you that, you just the lowest of the low, whatever. So we have to know that we as a people, you know what I'm saying, have something greater. And we can't allow the people who are comfortable with the bullshit to control the way we think, control what we know. So with that, like I said, I just say peace, man. And once again, always appreciating the opportunity to be here, to speak, to listen, and to share. So with that, I say peace once again, man. I appreciate it.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. No, but
wow. Wow.
Amen, brother. Amen.
I might have to start cursing you out before the shows because I might have to take it a step further.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That's the type of talks that I'm talking about having people. Hell yes. We finally made a breakthrough, Lord. Thank you, Allah.
And you see, the thing is, man, me being a member of the Morris Science Temple, me being a child of knowing that I wasn't black, man, and you having to walk this earth, even as a child, knowing something, but you got all these people saying, black, 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 all that shit, and you still gotta constantly just keep, okay, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, you say you black? Okay, I got you, I hear you. Yet constantly staying focused on, I'm not black, it's something greater about me. God showed me the way. And the Lord showed me the way. And it's like he showed you that way. But you gotta walk through it. You gotta walk through it. You gotta go through it. And it's like when I got into the when I first got into the temple at 16, when I first got, but I joined when I turned like a few days after I turned 17, in 1994 or whatever. And to have, proclaim my nationality and have, reading the Circle 7 and understanding what the prophet brought, the bylaws and the divine constitution and, all that stuff, what he brought, it's like, I know this is real. I know it's real, period. I know this is real. And I know it's got some substance and some life to it, even though you've had people that come in and abuse it. And it's focused on, certain people's mind just focused on, all I want to do is be able to break the law and fight it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But I'm saying, I've seen people come in from Temple 21 and basically try to destroy a foundation. It seemed like to me, I was one of the only people in that temple that really saw like, y'all don't really understand you had people there that understood it, but I'm just saying the ones that were in there just trying to allowing their egos to get in the way, destroy something.
Right.
Like I said, you might hear about the conscious community, all this other stuff or whatever. But Temple 21 in Atlanta had such an impact when we went to Chicago, when we went to DC, when we went to different places. We were known. You know what I'm saying? But all everybody had to do was just come together. Bring your ideas about the Bible, the Circle 7, the Moorish history, regular history, bring all that stuff together. The ones who are good at speaking on certain things, hey, this is your gift, your strength, you focus on this. This is your strength, you focus on this. But I'm saying, you still being able to share with each other, right. Even though certain things may not necessarily be your strength or your focus, you knew like, okay, I still can learn something from this person or whatever, or I still can receive something from this person. So like I said, since I'm gonna say 17 and becoming a sheik at 19 or whatever, to have lived, so many years, man. Like, man, I used to be out here trying to fuss and argue and prove myself. And you ain't black and trying to tell everybody, you ain't black, you ain't this or whatever. And well, the thing is, you can do that, but you still you got to focus on self. You know what I'm saying? Continue to focus on self. You know what I'm saying? Cause what Allah is doing is building that heart, building this mind, making that even stronger to where you walk on your foundation. You building your foundation and making your foundation super strong. You know what I'm saying? Even though you go, like I said, as you walk and and like as we walk now, and we hearing all these people saying black this or like the did it or whoever, still steadily stand on that foundation, knowing like, nigga, what you saying is full of shit. Right. You want them full of shit, goddamn foundation, and that shit crumbling. And that's what it is. People on this full of shit foundation, the faulty foundation that don't really have no solidity to it. Right. And that's what they're afraid of. They don't want that mask to come off that's coming off. You know, it's like, let's say, you know how you walking, you got on the road or something, and you walking and somebody step on the back of your robe, and next thing you know, the robe start coming off or whatever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? While you steadily walking, and everybody finally being able to see you for the, you know what I'm saying, the POS that you are, they really being able to see that spirit, man, for what it really is.
Right.
You know, the type of person you really are, that you, oh man, you been feeding us a whole bunch of bullshit. Oh, Barack Obama, he got this great, he ain't got nothing on his record or whatever. He's just he's the best president ever. But then when you look at it, where like his name, Barris Satoro, Barris Satoro, this white dude coming out saying he done had sex with him and oral sex and all this other stuff. And then you got you know, the choir director or whatever that was killed and murdered and all this other shit in order for you to get your way into the presidency of the United States. And now you got all these people fooled thinking that I'm an intelligent black man or whatever. I ain't never did nothing wrong, but all this bullshit behind you, following you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on now, man. That's what's happening right now. People just, those who have something to hide are afraid of what's really going on.
You remember Jeremiah Wright?
Yep.
How conveniently he just went away. And the message that he was preaching up there in Chicago, and how Barry used to be in his congregation, and all that came out, and then guess what? It got swept under the rug.
Right.
And how we forget.
We ain't seen him since.
You know, and it's a countless. This goes across the board with all of these entertainers. You know, like, you know, David was alluding to. All of these entertainers, man, they have their little check and balance moments. Oh, you getting out of line? Okay, we gonna drop this on you. You know what I'm saying, to keep you in check. So yeah, you know, it's deep. Like what Brother David said, it's deep.
It really is.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm so glad he made reference to the secret society aspect, in which he alluded to the fact of, okay, Dwayne Wade, what you doing? How were you pushing the cause? You know what I'm saying? Because people, let's go back and let's look at it. You know, these people are in Boule. These people are in these societies that, you know, we probably don't even have a name for. And they're you know, pledging allegiance to that. Fuck the people. They you know, linked up with some nefarious shit that's leading our people astray. When you have an athlete that's 6'8", 260 pounds, talk about he's scared. What you scared of, bruh? That don't even look right.
Your big quarterback looking ass look like a goddamn.
Yeah, that don't even look right. What you scared of, bruh? Your privileged ass.
How was LeBron? 6'8"?
6'8", 6'9"? Yeah. What you scared of? Who gonna hurt you? You live your life in a bubble. You know what I'm saying? You're not out here in the inner cities where, you know, there's people starving and you got to worry about whether or not your brother gonna lose his damn mind and rob you because he hungry.
Right.
Now that's some deep ass shit. I'm gonna repeat it. You gotta worry about your brother or your sister losing their damn mind and doing something to you because they hungry.
Talk about it.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the conditions that we had to go through, man. The shit we lost after Tulsa, Oklahoma. The shit we lost after Harlem.
Tulsa.
You know what I'm saying?
Black
the
Wall
way
Street.
that we touching paper, but we so backwards that we giving it right back to the group of people that's subjugating us all together.
All barons.
Come
All
on now.
barons. That's what. Now it makes
It-
sense why so many people in the South used to move west. My family included. Left
Mhm.
Alabama and Mississippi. They didn't, but they stopped here in Little Rock for some reason. I never could understand that. Because they knew not to go any further west because of what had happened in Tulsa probably 20 years before then.
Yeah.
We were all
It makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense, sis. You know, even going back with the Trail of Tears, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And you know, look at how we're being displaced. Look at how, you know, you go through every, you know, so-called hood in America, how it's being gentrified now.
Yep.
Like Brother Supreme said, he pushing us to these smart cities. That's a segue for you, Brother Supreme. You know what I'm saying? How they pushing us to these smart cities. What
And
for? What's
L-
the agenda behind that?
and the LGBT neighborhoods that's popping up in these gentrified areas.
Mm-hmm. One thing, one artist that I can appreciate and I love, even though he took, you know, a lot of their shit, I could see it, but he still kept his integrity and he remained independent,
Mm-hmm.
even though he was a major, Pastor Troy. I can recall back with little Nas X, whatever his name is,
Mm-hmm.
the little rodeo guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wore a dress to the Grammys or one of these little occult award shows. I think was it the
Yeah,
Grammys?
he came out gay after that song.
Yeah. How ironic. Like, listen, if you're an artist, you're an artist. You know what I'm saying? You don't lead with your sexuality, you lead with your art.
Right.
Mhm.
I don't give a fuck who you sleep with at night.
Right.
That's
What
your
does that have to
business.
do with the music at the same?
Exactly. Some of
Elton
these
John.
motherfuckers be leading with their sexuality and
Mhm.
their music be subpar. You could tell that that's an industry plant. That person is there just because to push an agenda. Okay, you know what? LGBTQ people, we gonna put the battery behind y'all back. We gonna put this person up. We gonna give them the synthesized bullshit track that
Mhm.
we know these young kids gonna like. We gonna give them a pop single.
Right.
We gonna prop them up for 6 months, and
Mhm.
we gonna get rid of their ass. So we gonna bring a new one up. Perfect example of that.
Right.
Remember the little Asian guy from American Idol? She bang, she bang.
I almost said Gangnam Style. My bad. It's two different
That's one too. What's
ones.
his name? The little she bang, she bang. What happened with him? Right?
Mhm.
I'm showing a point. They'll
Mhm.
take you, use you up, and throw you away to fulfill their agenda. What
Mhm.
was the agenda, bro? To distract you.
Mhm.
Make the
To
most
distract you.
money off of you. Because
You
it's
know what I'm
like
saying?
that far right said. She said with American Idol, the point of these talent shows is never for the artists. It's publicity for the celebrities that's on the panels. That's why they
Yeah,
get paid the most.
yeah. See, that's the whole thing, man.
Mhm.
American Idol. First of all, we should already know as Moorish people not to fuck with idols to begin with.
Mhm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But then you have a show called American Idol. And we, you know what I'm saying, as a diaspora, we sit there and we watch that shit. And we actually, I remember Clay Aiken and Ruben
Ruby
Studdard.
Studdard.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, people were actually like they made it racial.
Ooh.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? They made it really racial. And I'm sitting back like, y'all really finna like make this situation a thing? when we got bigger problems,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? That's where you know your people are caught up in bullshit, bro.
Yeah.
Like David was saying, caught up in the bullshit.
What was that?
Yeah.
You know, but eventually, like he said, that proverbial dress,
Mm-hmm.
that proverbial gown, you know, that thread gonna run out, and we gonna see you exposed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We gonna see you exposed. The mere fact that Jaguar Wright, there's a Jaguar Wright that's putting this shit out there should
Shout out
tell
to
you what time it is.
shout out to Jaguar, by the way.
Come on, man. Listen, this is an insider. This is somebody that participated. She said it herself. She participated in the shit. But
Mm-hmm.
in order for her to really do what she need to do, she need to come clean with herself.
Right.
And she made her peace. That's why at the end of the day, you look at that lady, man, you know, she, for all intents and purposes, she, you know what I'm saying? You could tell she's dealing with some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell she's dealing with some shit now. Cause
Yeah.
it take a motherfucker to really push you to that edge.
Mm-hmm.
To where that you go against the oath, you go against a life of privilege, you go against everything to expose some shit.
Right.
You
Somebody
face.
had them piss that lady off or really fucked her over for her to really be like, you know what, I'm exposed the game.
Or it could also be that we in a time so much where the internet and people is seeing how powerful that technology is being a vessel to people right now, especially taking lead from the youth, because it's the youth that's teaching us how to do this thing on Instagram and social media. If we got something to say, what we do, we go on live and broadcast it. So it's kind of showing folks, like from Jaguar's generation, where they used to be in the music industry in the early 2000s, back when social media wasn't around, and speaking your mind, speaking your truth wasn't the thing that you could do, because back then you risk being blackballed. But now you got so many what they call it, streams, like water in a creek. You got so many streams of water that's free flowing now and get into bigger lakes and rivers and oceans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no need for anybody out here to be afraid to speak anymore. They throat chakra, as my sister Faye told me the other day. Thank you, Faye. People's throat chakras are opening up.
Yeah, sis. Like that's a conduit to what you know what I'm saying, what I'm saying. So it's very complimentary.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because here it is, that goes hand in hand.
Right.
The only thing, let's go back 2000. The
Mm-hmm.
only place that she could have probably vent that to was like a tabloid. You know what I'm saying? Or something to that effect.
Right.
But
National
now she has her own thing where she controls her narrative. They can't spin her words.
Right.
You getting it blood raw on video, like what David was referring to, that computer. He's thankful for that computer. Like, it's what you use it for. If you going in there to look up garbage and fill your mind with garbage, you know, going to read and look up what Beyonce wore to the Grammys, and you caught up into that bullshit, then yeah, that's as far as you gonna go. That's your limitation. You know what I'm saying? Because here it is, you have the equivalent of the Library of Alexandria, right? Or even beyond that. You know what I'm saying? You have the Coptic jars that were placed in the pyramids with infinite knowledge in the palm of your damn hand. And you sitting there looking up some goddamn who peaked at #1 on the Billboard chart, or on some damn OnlyFans.
Right.
Lisa Ray. Oh, I'm finna go look at 52-year-old Lisa Ray, you know, pop her coochie. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, don't get me wrong. As a man, you know, I can appreciate the beauty and the essence of a woman. But Lisa Ray, come on, man, You've played Diamond. You've done that already.
Did I miss
Now
something?
you want to play the real Diamond?
That pussy ain't no good.
Come on now.
No more.
You want to play the real Diamond now?
That pussy ain't no
You've
good.
portrayed Diamond. Now you regress back into being an actual Diamond in real life?
He out of
Mhm.
control, Faye.
That pussy ain't hitting no shit.
Ain't hitting no shit. Like, come on. How many dudes? Wasn't she with the African brother?
Yeah. Yeah, and Nicole, Eddie Murphy's ex-wife, stolen.
Look at that.
But like,
Well, David might be on to something.
but like you said though,
It might not be shit.
the main thing is, like you said, that's been probably her character. You know what I'm saying, from the beginning. You know, in a
Right.
sense. You know what I'm saying, and it's just coming back full circle in a sense.
Right.
You know, now she got to resort to her movie career ain't popping, so it's like now she got to resort to whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever is popular, you know what I'm saying, to get her name back out there, get like you said, it's all about attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, gathering that attention and piggyback on what you're saying about Jaguar Wright. She had to take a look in that mirror, and like your cheater, your what you call it, your screensaver right here, you know, bones and all this other, you know, all that stuff. It's like you have to take she had to take a look within herself and find an outlet. She may not have found it. I mean, I guess it was the best outlet for her, like you said. It could have been tabloids or whatever. But she had to look within herself and say, I gotta get these demons out of here, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, or get whatever I need to get out of myself. And if it come with that penalty of death or whatever, I'll be free. I'll be free. You know what I'm saying? You know, some people get freed at death, you know what I'm saying, while some people are super afraid of it because of the shit that they've done, you know what I'm saying, and the pride that they have with it, like Eddie Long, you know, Bishop Eddie Long, you know, it's like I said, just tell the masses the truth. Hey, I've been molesting boys. I like boys or whatever. I like boys, and I molested them or whatever. I apologize for that, and I apologize for the congregation for doing that and being so critical against gay people when I myself am a booty bandit and like boys. No, I'm just joking. But I'm just tripping. But I'm just saying, you understand my point, to where it's just like, if he would have said it, even though it would have brought him some criticism, it still would have brought him some relief. You know what I'm saying? To where I think by him holding that shit in and standing on that fake foundation, that shit destroyed his ass. That shit went on here and took him up on out of here. And it's gonna take a lot of people on out of here. People believing in all this COVID shit and not protecting your mind from all this bullshit that's going on. Cause it's in the Bible too. It's in Revelation, man. You gotta protect your mind from all the deceit and the lies that's happening. So if you're not doing that, you're gonna get caught up in, oh man, I gotta wear this mask. If I see somebody without a mask, that mean they evil. That mean they got corona or exposed to corona, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, but Jaguar had to go. She had to look within herself and say, something within her told her, I gotta free myself from this. So, like you said, to where it can't be held over her head, you know. And then, but see, the thing is, like you said, they'll send somebody out there to say, oh man, she full of shit. She don't know what she's talking about, you know what I'm saying? It could be a celebrity or whatever, knowing that she's telling the truth, but because she may not be as popular as a name brand figure out here, and people are rushed to believe that name brand figure, even though it's full bullshit that they feeding. A lot of people will run towards that. But even though they run towards it, at least she know that she has spoken her truth. You know what I'm saying? her truth, the thing that'll help make her free. You
Mhm.
know,
Right.
and then
And-
go ahead.
yeah. To add to that, brother, you know, let's look at the legalities behind it. Where if what she's saying, right, borderlines slander and defamation of character, there is, things in place where that these people can, hold her liable.
Mhm.
Where is the lawsuits?
Mhm.
Where is the backlash from these artists? A lot of them are cowering and tucking their tails in. If you noticed, because I'm watching this narrative, I'm watching how this playing out. Talib Kweli amongst that circle, the Soul Aquarians. He spoke for Common. You know what I'm saying? If you look at what he contrived, what he wrote, first of all, it seemed disingenuous. And then, he started off by insulting the intelligence of the people. Now, if you want me to believe your bullshit, and you start off by saying black folk don't read, and you supposed to be this conscious brother, portrayed as this conscious brother that's for the people, all this other shit, but you lead with black folk don't read. Like, come on, man, how I'm gonna take you serious?
Right.
If you as a brother perpetuating stereotypes.
Mm-hmm. You got songs in your catalog talking about just to get by.
Come on now. And yeah, I don't know if y'all seen, his rebuttal or his response to Jaguar. He was actually reading off a script. And, the way it looked, like he was basically covering for all of the people, in that little circle that was affected by Jaguar Wright.
Right.
And here's the thing. He even made mention of Tiffany Haddish, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how she apologized to Tiffany Haddish. The only reason why I believe Jaguar Wright apologized to Tiffany Haddish is because she still has a relationship Cat Williams, a solid relationship with Cat Williams.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you see that correlation between herself, Cat Williams, and Tiffany Haddish.
Mm-hmm.
So she didn't want to break down the sister because, out of her doing what she's doing, because she's the sisters with Common.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She didn't apologize. She didn't say she didn't recant what she said about Common.
Mm-hmm.
She just said she's sorry to drag that sister into that mess.
Right.
But she said what she said nonetheless, right?
Yeah. Right.
It now, I bring up Jaguar Wright as a backdrop, simply because of this. In that industry, the movie industry, entertainment, and all this that fashions and guides our people's minds, right? We have to take a critical look at these entertainers, man. These people are being shoved down our throats every damn day. We watch what they do. It's like watching the Truman Show.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We watch these people's lives every day, how many children they have. All of this stuff is on display.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like we get caught up in that shit to where we neglect our own families at times. You know what I'm saying? We over here worried about Kim Kardashian and Kanye West relationship, but we not focused on our own household.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We know more about their relationship than you know about your own. Your wife could be suffering, your wife or husband or your partner could be suffering in silence, just watching you. Like, this motherfucker really is crazy. Like, you over here worried about their problems, but sweetheart, what about our problems?
Mm-hmm.
I'm from the old school where, you clean up your house first.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Before you talk about anybody or you know what I'm saying, do anything, you clean up your own backyard. You know what I'm saying? And growing up, you know, we had something called home training. I know y'all know what that is. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all 30 plus. Y'all know what home training is. So when you go out in public, you conduct yourself accordingly, right? All that to say this. How is it, right? If we're raised in that fashion, that manner, right? Cleaning up, making sure, you know, when you have guests over, there's certain protocols and things that have to be in place, correct? House
Right.
got to be clean. You know, the good china come out. You know, Big Mama,
got to be in the air with the light or the light.
you know that whole situation. We all know it. But here it is when we go and look at stuff, right? We have all that protocol, all that knowledge that when we were trained, when we were younger. Now you mean to tell me, right? We have that kind of foundation. You know what I'm saying? This goes back to a couple of shows where David was talking about foundation. Remember that episode, David? You know what I'm saying? When you stray away from your foundation, you asking for trouble. You asking to be ridiculed. You asking to get fucked over. So all of this going with the Joneses, all this Black Lives Matter, all this other stuff, that's not your foundation. You understand what I'm saying? Our true original foundation, the prophet said it best. Honor your ancient forefathers. Right?
Right.
Honor your ancient forefathers. That's your foundation. That's where you came from. The way they put it down is the way you're supposed to continue to put it down via tradition. Now, we over here looking at some fake, artificial, made up Hollywood narrative publicist bullshit. And we bringing that shit home. We bringing that shit home. We bringing the filth home. You understand what I'm saying? Come on now. You have women out here in relationships, and men and women in relationships, right? Or even gay people in relationships that go and watch that filth at a real, no disrespect to you, David, but you know, I'm going to mention Atlanta and Georgia, you know, housewives and all that bullshit. And you see the drama that these women, like over stupidity, they arguing and bickering amongst each other. And you like, but we supposed to be a family. We supposed to operate, you know what I'm saying, coming up. We supposed to stick together. But you got females throwing wine glasses and all kind of, you know, throwing water on each other, wine glasses, and beating each other, pulling out hair. Like, where they do that at?
The producers on set instigating the fights off the camera.
Exactly. And to bring everything on home with the home training and everything like that, we bring that back into our homes. You know what I'm saying? We manifest that shit in our homes. So we don't feel content until we have a housewife kind of a lifestyle. You know, a lot of women, you know, unfortunately in this day and age, going through a lot of traumatic shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even building on the standard of beauty shit. For a long time, our women, you know, were fighting against this European Albion version of beauty. You know what I'm saying? And it's now that women are starting to really love themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm starting to notice a lot of women are going more natural. You know what I'm saying? They're coming back home. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's okay to you know, dress up and put your makeup and do all that, but to feel comfortable in your own skin where you can wear your own hair out. You don't have to wear the wig all the time because the kink of your hair, you embarrassed by the kinks of your hair.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? We you know what I'm saying? We went through all that. the Jerry curl phase and trying to, you know, make ourselves appealing. Look back in the 80s and in the 70s with the Jerry curl. Like, how did we get into that shit? That's the question I'm asking y'all. How did we get into the Jerry curl?
The soul glowing and all the
And all that. Like, let's look back. How preposterous that shit was.
My father
To have a chemical dripping from your head. And we thought that was the shit.
Now that I think about it, I think my father had his Jerry curl still in his head.
But you know how certain cultures have their hair already naturally curly or something, like Samoans and all that stuff, where their hair kind of had it long.
Yeah, that curl pattern.
Yeah, it's like, it seemed like we just been so ashamed of, not necessarily ashamed, but we just, like you said.
I think you used the right word.
Yeah, ashamed of, like I said, the coil of our hair, the natural kinkiness and coil of our hair, to where if there's a possible option for it to be different, let me since our hair can go from a curl to straight, we stretch it out or whatever. So if we got those different options, it's like, let's try these options. Let me try these different options. But like you said, now so many women wear wigs and weaves, and it's like sometimes it don't even be nothing wrong with your hair, but they be wearing braids and all this other stuff be pulling your hair out or whatever. I don't know what happened, you know what I'm saying? But at some point you just gotta become tired of the repeated bullshit, the repeating history, the repeats.
From my
I don't know, just self-hatred, man. Look at somebody else outside of your race or whoever. Like I said, I don't hate Europeans, I don't hate other people, whatever, you know what I'm saying? I feel like we have to love ourselves though. We have to look, like you said, learn to love instead of hate, and appreciate who we are. And by us appreciating who we are, that doesn't necessarily mean like we gotta hate somebody else and all this other stuff. But when we look outside of ourselves and see Europeans, or we see people from Brazil or whatever, and you be like, man, they got some good hair, great hair, whatever. And they looking at your hair like, how does your hair get into an afro? How does your hair defy, like I said, defy gravity or do the things that it's able to do? Right. Our hair can't necessarily do that. So I don't know. I don't know. This is just that lack of knowledge that we have for ourselves, man. Where we just constantly looking, looking around to see what are some of the options,
that could be the case. I can.
Go ahead.
I can fuck with the options thing. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And true indeed, we do have, the hair texture to try new things. I'm not opposed to that at all. But for me, on the other side of the coin, it just seems, what I'm saying, outside of what I'm about to say, it seems as if we went through all these different phases, hating ourselves. We trying to fit in to this culture, right? And go away from our traditions. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I mentioned going back to mama, in the home training and everything, knowing how to conduct ourselves, knowing how to act, right? When you're in public.
Right.
And then you look on this idiot box, you look in society and you see us cutting up and acting a damn fool. And they promoting that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's sad that we have a Flavor of Love show where you have a whole bunch of women, promiscuous women, and then how does that affect our young women coming up? Is this the way, this is why I mentioned the housewives and all that.
Mhm.
If you don't have that kind of drama in your relationships is not functioning correctly. So they emulating that dysfunction, thinking that is a real relationship. If I'm not arguing and cutting up with you and fighting with you, you don't love me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you have mama and papa married 40, 50 years, they ain't none of that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Willa, you
Hmm?
seen your mother. Come on, Willa has a perfect example
Oh
of
yeah.
that. You reference it on the show all the time.
Oh
But
yeah.
here, you know what I'm saying? Here it goes. When what happened to the Ruby D and what's the name?
Uh, Ossie Davis.
Ossie Davies, Ruby D kind of situation, man, where that was publicized.
Yep.
You believe a Florida Evans and what's the name from Good Times? You
James.
actually looked at them. Yeah,
James.
James. Yeah, you actually believe that they were a couple.
Hmm.
The way what I'm saying they portrayed, what I'm saying. So even as crazy as it is in the '90s, you have Martin and Gina.
Whitney and Dwayne.
Exactly. You
Claire
know
and
what I'm saying?
Cliff Huxtable.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that was our standard. It's like now, fast forward, what happened?
Love Jones.
Ichita,
So much, man.
like when you just saying about Bill, um, Flavor Love, and you know how all those women were trying to get after this dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
And him kissing all different type of women and all this other stuff. That's what was happening to Bill Cosby then. All these, but it wasn't no Cosby Love show back then and nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But you had all these different women chasing after this man, trying to get with this man, sleeping with this man, and doing all type of stuff. And
Yo.
then now, in order for society to, or whoever's in charge, to disrupt that image that he had with the Cosby Show, like him and Claire Huxtable and all this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and the structure, the family structure they had, in order to it's like it's been a constant destroying of that. So it's like the ultimate way to destroy that image of people thinking, like we need to have a Claire Huxtable or Bill Cosby type, the Huxtable type of relationship or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We got to destroy that image of that father, even though
Right.
he's not that actual person, even though he's not Cliff Huxtable. We got to destroy that image of that masculine energy and image that he portrayed, because in our minds, we still see that image of him as Dr. Huxtable,
Right.
Yeah.
So, and how he ran it. So it's like, by us, when we get to that, because they know that image still sits in our mind or whatever, they like, okay, we gotta find a way to destroy what's in here, what's been planted in here. Best way to destroy it, bring up all that shit he done did in the past, even before he became, Claire Huxtable or whatever,
Right.
Cliff Huxtable and all this other stuff. Bring all that stuff up and let's destroy that image that's already in their head, and the image that they may have. We gonna this future image of him being in jail and all this other stuff, that eventually is gonna destroy and not weigh the reprogram. It's gonna reprogram how we see him. So that's the same thing, like you said, with the Jerry Curl, the Sam Hate, all that stuff. It's like they just always found ways to kind of understand how we think, understand how we move, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But there's certain things that they can't get to. If you seen the movie Dark City,
No.
Mm-mm.
if you just it's a good movie, but it's came out in the 90s, but it's like that they were trying to figure out what made humans, who they were. So it's a real good movie if y'all ever get a chance to check it out. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so back then, like with this picture right here that you got up, that's an attractive man, you know what I'm saying? No homo and like that or whatever. I'm just saying to women or whatever, or you can look at a person and say, okay, he's attractive or whatever, he's handsome or whatever. And
Right.
a lot of women went after him because of that
Right.
energy and that power that he possessed. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Or whatever. So it's like then you see him moving up, getting movies and all this other stuff, got his own TV show, and next he got, or whatever. Women they end up knowing that okay, he got this weakness for women or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we gonna use that weakness against him. That's what they do, just use that weakness against us, But go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, brother. You bring up the point. Now I'm gonna tie this to some science and what I'm saying, some prophecy and some history from iniquity. You have right now, you know what I'm saying, which is supposed to be the reawakening of the Moorish woman, right? Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, which the prophet is talking about. The sister energy is rising. You know what I'm saying? And that forces the male energy to rise. Most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, you know what I'm saying? It has to be a balance. The Hindu, they talk about Kali Ma, right? Kali Ma is the overabundance of divine feminine energy
Mm-hmm.
in its detriment. Okay? In its detriment. She is the destroyer of, masculine energy. You can see that nowadays with the women that are being portrayed on the television screen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at a perfect example. Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B. All of these women are unbridled feminine energy, right? Even though Cardi B is married to Offset, she still, portrays herself in a certain kind of light. You know what I'm saying? You're married and you made a song called WAP.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gyrating on it. I would, literally divorce my wife if she made a video like that. You're not going to show my goods on national television.
All right.
You better, taper that down. You can be the artist you want to be, but you with me. You know what I'm saying? Find a better way to express yourself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't only represent yourself, you represent me. We're a unit.
Right.
So
You married the world.
Exactly. So here's the thing. When you look at Kali Ma, the goddess, she's overstanding on could you pull it up, Willem?
Yeah. Kali. There we go.
Yeah, have the one where she's standing on Shiva.
Okay. Is this one?
Yeah, either one of them. Yeah. Now, if you see, that's a representation of divine feminine energy unchecked,
Mm-hmm.
running amok.
Mm-hmm.
The ancients call it the Kali Yuga age,
Mm-hmm.
right? In the Kali Yuga age, this is where your feminists come from.
All right.
Where they want to end male patriarchy. They, like you said earlier, David, they want to get the male image, strong male image out the household.
Mm-hmm.
This is the energy that they're using right now, bro. They got our shit down to a science,
Mm-hmm.
but we have to buy into it in order for it to work. They need our energy. If we ignore them, bro, they would go literally out their minds. Why aren't they paying attention to us? Why aren't they watching our programs? You know, if we turn around and ignore white society, ignore their programming, their movies, their clothing, everything that they have to offer. If
Mhm.
we turn around and don't co-sign it, right? Like what Willa was talking about, that concept of us co-signing it and making it popular. If
Mhm.
we turn around and stop co-signing the shit, this shit is up. The
Right.
game is over because they won't have the power anymore.
Mhm.
The trick is up. But being the fact that they bombard us with bullshit and we sit there and we go through all these different narratives and stuff like that, you know, they have a seat somewhere in our mind.
Mhm.
So
And,
so to tie in Kali
mhm.
and go on the date, you have Sikiana. You know Sikiana?
Mhm.
Um, she's the artist that said, I need some Henny and a Plan B.
Mm, it sounds familiar.
Yeah. Uh, she had a video in which she's like, I can't read, or she's pushing out a narrative to these young women to be dummies,
Mhm.
literally to be a dummy and to lead with your sexuality.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When I grew up, my dad told me, you know, simply a woman is supposed to be seen and not heard.
Right.
Stay away from them loud women. Those women don't have any training. You know what I'm saying? Those women don't understand their essence. A woman doesn't have to say anything. Her standing there and being who she is gonna speak volumes. You understand?
Mhm.
Mhm. So, Chief, let me ask you this question real quick. Do you think that's the reason why, because of the image of like Shiva, not Shiva, Kali or whatever, and her, you know, you see all the, yeah, like you see all those head, you know, like the head right there of a male, and you know, and she's standing on the foundation of other skulls that she probably is, you know, conquered, killed, or whatever. Do you think that's the reason why in the masonry, you know, in you know, the masonry or whatever, or in masonry, that's why they have the sword over the Asiatic woman head,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
you know, to keep, you know, the
To keep that
her in
feminine
check.
energy at bay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
To
it's
keep that.
all about
It's 1
keeping
o'clock.
So you
the
remember that song?
core.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up.
Yeah.
Oh, here she comes.
So
She's a
man,
man eater.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly
Mm-hmm.
what that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a particular thing, it's a principle. You know what I'm saying? It's an energy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that energy and principle is being brought forth and is manifesting right now through a lot of women, right? Because they understand that the divine feminine energy is rising, the Christ energy. You understand what I'm saying?
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Is rising.
The Aquarius.
There you go.
When it comes to
So
chakras.
to counteract that energy, bro, they have to get the divine feminine off her square.
Mm-hmm.
So all of y'all women's that's out there, Sister Faye broke it down a few episodes back when we was talking. You know what I'm saying? Check yourselves. Watch where you're getting your images from. You know, your style, your the way you go about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who's influencing you. You understand? Sometimes you might think it's empowerment, but you falling right into their trap.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You falling right into their trap. Because here it is, you might have a well-to-do man with good intentions, but you so caught up into this movement, this feminist shit, and this woman empowerment. I don't need a man. That's what Kali represents.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? The absence of the divine feminine. See it right now?
Yeah.
You have the goddess beaming on, the divine goddess beaming it onto her to continue to move.
Right.
But that's in the negative aspect. See, the Hindu, that culture, comes from us, right? But it's an offshoot. It's an offshoot.
Mhm.
They took, part and parcel of what we have. They kept most of it intact. They just have a different set of principles.
Right.
They don't have Asara and I said they have Shiva and Kalima and whatever, what have you in their culture. But it's the same principle. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Kali is not operating in Ma'at, which means balance. She's unbalanced. That's a woman that's unbalanced. You can see it. You can see it and hear it with them females. Niggas ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of females. I don't need a man. You know what I'm saying? That was being perpetrated what in the late 80s?
Yeah.
80s, 90s.
Moni Love.
Beyonce, Destiny Child,
Moni
Independent.
Love, Ladies
I want no
First.
scrubs. All
Yeah.
that stuff.
All that stuff, right.
Ladies.
Now,
yeah.
what happened now? Okay, you don't want no scrubs, but then where's the songs that tell me what it is that you want?
What these bitches want from a nigga?
Hello, that's the response.
What do y'all really want? Do you even know what you want?
That's the whole thing. So now they have the woman so unbalanced now, man, where a lot of these women are having psychological breakdowns.
Yeah.
And identity crises.
And you cheated, like you said, that you said a real important thing where you said like, and then they feel like they gotta bring it into the relationship or into the home. They gotta bring that sassy attitude and all that. When you like how you hear women saying yes or whatever that shit is or whatever. Some man said that shit. Some gay man said that shit first.
Right.
And then the women incorporate that shit and think that shit is something cool or whatever. And the men doing all that. It's like it was a gay man doing all that shit for Honey Child, whatever they doing, and they imitate that shit. And like you said, the love and hip hop shit.
Yep.
They see that shit now. I think that's what I don't know, keeps their mind stimulated or whatever, and they feel like they gotta bring that shit, bring the drama and bring it to the relationship, and that's where they is messed up, because it's wrong. I know me. The reason why I left my baby mama is because of all that shit. She want to be fighting me, hitting me, scratching me, and doing all type of crazy stuff, thinking like that's the way a relationship should be. But no, I know me. I don't like no drama. I mean, I'm a Libra or whatever, but I can have I try to have a good discussion with people, and I'm the type of person, I ain't gonna let no woman just say any damn thing to me and think she's, like, you ain't shit. She don't say you're a bum. You ain't shit. You ain't taking care of your daughter and all this other stuff. I done all that shit she was saying was lying. All that negative shit she was, saying was lying. But thinking that you can they just somehow think, not all of them, but a lot of them do think that they have to bring that energy into the relationship in order to solidify them being a good woman or something. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, just to get you off your square and to like it go like this, like people that talk down, they need down to other people, they trying to build themselves up in other areas because they're like insecure about their own self. And
see, like I said, I don't have no issue chopping a woman down, you know what I'm saying, in a sense, when it comes to stuff like that, to where you're not finna try to feminize me and make me think like I ain't shit or whatever. You know,
Mhm.
because I wouldn't be trying, I'm not gonna try to feed you that energy. You know what I'm saying? But I have called women, you know, not like that, not where if a woman dissed me or something like that, you know, and I'm like, fuck you, bitch. You know, I ain't never been like that or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like,
Right.
I have cussed, you know, like a child's mom out before and all that stuff or whatever, because it was a level of disrespect coming towards me. So it's like, if you don't want it, don't bring it my way, you know. But a lot of women just feel like they can just bring that stuff to a lot of men because a lot of men aren't men, and a lot of men are the type to where they'll just rather not say nothing and allow a woman to just, you know, I guess they just satisfied with the woman they with or whatever. They so happy they got her pussy or something, and
Mhm.
it's like I can't say what I really want to say because it'll destroy our relationship.
You can thank Attorney General Janet Reno and OJ for that.
Mm. Go deeper with that. Go deeper a
Man,
little
listen, man, the domestic violence situation, right?
bit. Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying that the shit don't go down, right? It goes down.
Mhm.
There's some women are in some fucked up situations, and my heart goes out to them.
Mm-hmm.
However, when you have an institution, right, like marriage, for example, and you have a disagreement, right, an argument, not necessarily a physical altercation, just an argument, and somebody else sees that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Somebody's shooting.
Uh-oh. Stay safe, brother. You all right?
Are they going? No. I'm just observing my surroundings.
Right.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool where I'm at. I'm fine. I'm just making sure.
Okay.
Yeah, with Attorney General Janet Reno and all them. Like, okay, where was I? Marriage. Okay, yeah, you can have a married couple. Right.
Yeah.
You can have a married couple on the streets, right? This is where we at now in society.
Mhm.
And a man responds back, right? And says something or whatever. Do you know that more often than not, that male is going to go to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Or that male is going to face some kind of repercussion, whether it be he's chastised for responding to the woman,
Mhm.
or even addressing the issue,
Mm-hmm.
with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's a private matter. Although they're in public, and it's bad. Now he's responding to his wife or whatever the case may be. It doesn't matter. The perception of it is he is not supposed to do that. Now she can go and say, your mama ain't shit, fuck your daddy. You know what I'm saying? You a deadbeat dad, and yet he's the sole, provider for the household, but yet
Right.
he a deadbeat dad. How that work?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And he goes to respond, and it's like, you know what? It's frowned upon. That's the climate we are now. What OJ did to Nicole Simpson and all that,
Mhm.
even though she was, I'm not even gonna go into Nicole Simpson or whatever. What was her name? Nicole Brown or whatever.
Yeah.
I believe.
Allegedly, he went and murdered her or whatever the case may be. What
Allegedly.
was the narrative they was trying to create?
Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly, that changed the face of domestic violence here in America forever.
Mm-hmm.
Not only you have a brother that did it to so-called Albion,
Mhm.
they across the board, feminists, all that stuff. If you go back and look and you know pay attention, that community had a lot to say about it, but they didn't have the voice that they do now. You know, the strong presence that they do now.
I remember.
Yeah, but they were talking about, you know, domestic violence and, you know, how was it that, you know, you let off OJ straight killed, you know, essentially his girlfriend or whatever and got off on it. We
Right.
need stricter laws concerning domestic violence. And lo and behold, they made it so. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, like you said, now the men aren't men anymore. We've been effeminized to where that we have something that's called financial abuse.
Right. Spousal support.
No, financial abuse. Let's say, you know, the traditional, I'm gonna say quote unquote traditional way of living where a man went out and a woman was a homemaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying now that that woman shouldn't be abused financially because the man goes out and makes a living for both of them. He has no right to, you know, have a voice in his household.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
Wait a minute. The women. Okay, so it's the recent like millennial women who are leaving the home to go work a job.
Okay, you know how there's the wage gap between man and woman, right?
Yeah. The men
Okay.
staying at home now to raise the children.
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna bring it into this context. Um, both go out and work, but it's like the male makes so much more than the woman for on the job, you know,
yeah.
nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And being that he has more of a financial grasp over the household or footing over the household, uh, he can call the shots. He can dictate, you know, what goes on or whatever the case may be, right?
Right.
Now there's a thing, it's a thing now where a man, being that he makes more money, is controlling the woman through finances. And that's, or mistreating the woman because he has more finances.
Right.
So that's called financial abuse.
Right. Gotcha.
It's a form of domestic violence. I kid you not. Go look it up.
Abion issue again.
Hmm.
They use us to you know be a battery for their little stinking agenda. Because there's everybody knows who holds the purse in the Moorish household.
Hello.
Of course.
Yep.
Of course. See, we don't have those problems. But see, here it is. When we go out and we see them, we want to emulate them because we think that that's functional.
Right.
What's portrayed is functional.
We're gonna get enough of trying to be like Betty and Wilma out here.
We're not even gonna go into the sexual depravity shit that's going on now.
Lord have mercy. Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of things that were taboo, you know what I'm saying, in westernized culture, it's out the window now. You have men, grown men and women that want to sleep with children, right? What is it called? Pedophilia?
Nambla. Yeah, they got so many.
NAMBLA and all that, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Age,
now,
age fluid. That's what it is, I believe.
yeah, now on the cusp of
National man
that,
boy lovers
Yeah.
association.
now on the cusp of that, you have people that want to sleep with animals.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming.
Mm-hmm. Bestiality.
This is all Obama's fault. It really is because the moment
Yeah.
you let them get married, you give them a little inch. Now they want to take not just a mile, they want to take the whole city block
Take a foot. Yeah, you're right.
with it.
Yeah.
It started
So,
off just being about the same-sex marriages. Then 2 years later, it was about the transgender uh males turning into females and using the same women's bathroom as the girls in high school.
oh, let them tell it now. They coochie is better than your coochie because theirs is tailor made.
by
Well,
by a man, a white man at that.
Yeah, there's some of them that's getting real sassy.
Mm-hmm.
Age fluid. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, we're all
Age,
different on
yeah,
the
that's the thing now with the not the pansexual, the what you call it? See, I don't even want to say their names.
Pedophilia. Pedophile. Yeah.
Them pedos, yeah, man. Ugh.
what they are.
Age fluid.
a person whose age identity is not fixed and changes over time depending on the situation. Ain't that a
Look
bit?
how mixed up that is. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You have a grown ass man that feels that he's a. Not only does that grown ass man feel that he's a child, but then he feels that he's a little girl on top of that,
What type of
and that he's attracted to boys.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a triple whammy.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, though. Like you said, they making up shit, and since they made up the shit in the age fluid, they can put the definition right underneath there and say, it's a person whose age identity is not fixed, so they don't know if they actually 12
12
or
25?
57.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So wait. This is a triple whammy.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a grown ass man that like little boys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not to say that I'm making a comparison between little boys and little girls. The little shit is wrong, but you would think as a man you would be attracted to a female or you know what I'm saying? You get what I'm trying to say?
Right.
A feminine, characteristic. But you like a male, a masculine characteristic in representation of a little boy, right?
Right.
So that's two. So you like another male that's young. That's already two complexes. And then on top of that, you identify as a little girl internally.
Yes.
How many, that's four complexes actually.
This
Because
is
okay. Not only does he feel feminine, he feels as if he's age fluid. That's four different complexes.
Mm-hmm.
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 God damn. Boy, look at this shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
Four different complexes in that one picture.
I like little kids. I'm a grown ass man or woman. Cause they making it for both ways, not just pedophile sex offender men. They making it for women as well.
I think it's really for the women.
You think
Because
so?
men, I'm gonna tell you this. Men have been marrying young for a long time. Hugh Hefner, all that shit is acceptable in their culture. For me to say that and then to bring up the Hugh Hefner example and it being okay shows you that. You have the concept of the sugar daddy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Where the young woman will be with the older guy, for the money.
Yo.
And she's young enough to be his granddaughter. What was the old man that died and the what was the
lady?
She had the fake titties and everything.
Was it?
I know you talking about. Her husband took the child. Anna Marie.
There you go.
Anna
That
Nicole.
was just Look at this. I identify as non-binary, gender fluid, pansexual.
I'm mentally
Yeah.
ill too.
Yeah, that's what it is. And
Mhm,
that's what it used to be classified as.
mhm.
I
It's
put
like
the too.
it's like in Westworld when the robots all go fucking crazy in season 2. Well, this is what it's like here. It's like the fucking insane asylum has just overrun, and the mentally ill is just running the place and just they taking over.
That
Let me
was
ask y'all a question. Is there a state mental hospital uh, that you know of nearby?
It
here in
look
Georgia, Georgia Regional, Georgia Regional, but go ahead.
what they call it, Faye, Arkansas. What is it?
What
Behavior
is it?
health. It's something,
No,
it's
no,
by
we just call it the state hospital.
yeah by it,
Everybody that's for the mentally ill.
yeah, the state hospital.
And then Baptist got a short term stay.
Yeah.
You see, here's the funny thing. In Florida, we ain't got that shit. They shut down our state hospital.
Word.
Word.
So y'all don't have to deal with this at all.
No, we
You got to do
got
with the war.
Yeah, they dealing with it. They just ain't got nowhere to put them.
nowhere to put them.
Oh, so this motherfucker just running wild like the what they call them, the Pee-wee Hammers. They like to expose themselves in public places, at the playgrounds and shit. Well, public indecency, people
Mm-hmm.
running wild.
Oh, let them tell it. That's a 50 Shades of Grey. That's a fetish now. Mm-hmm.
But see, that's how Satan is able to deceive people, make up some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Just make it up. Do
Just
what
make
God
up stuff.
will.
And people and guess what? People are going along with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And like you saying, you cheat about the bestiality thing. I don't know if I said it here before, but it's a woman over there in Britain. She married her cat. She first was married to her dog, then she got married to her cat, and and it was legal over there. You know what I'm saying? So like you said, just mental. But see, that's the thing though. That's why it all connect back to what the prophet said about we as a clean and pure nation do not amalgamate with the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? Because of their nature.
Mm-hmm.
And they trying to convince us that all this shit is just natural and all this other shit, but the shit is really their nature and it's artificial to us. Our naturalness is man and woman, you know what I'm saying, unifying, or whatever. And being able to identify that masculine and feminine energy within each other.
Right.
So like I said, they just keep coming over with all this stuff, and then next thing everybody confused. Look, they got this picture. Look at this illustration. People start believing the illustrations and all that other stuff, And like I said, that man can be just like I said. Can't go back real quick to that other the first picture you put where the man with the inside of the body. I mean, the girl.
That's crazy to me.
Like this right here, and this says, like I said, depending on the situation, changes over time or depending on the situation. So, like he said, he can change that shit to, I'm a baby, I'm a 6-month-old baby, and I like this. I'm attracted to this 6-month-old baby, and it's okay to rape this child or molest this child. You know what I'm saying? So with that word right there, it said changes over time and depending on the situation, that shit can flip flop. So ain't no set certainty about it. You know what I'm saying? So that give them a way to be excused from their sexual deviancies. You know, all that stuff.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, we going to jail for having personal.
Say it again, sis.
I said, meanwhile, we're going to jail for having personal weed, getting caught with personal weed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, and they don't want us like discipline our children. What was that? Adrian Peterson. We can't.
Oh man, they dragged him. He publicly apologized, and on every show that he went on, instead of talking about football, they made him a shaming ritual. There you go.
Mhm.
They shamed the shit out, and that's another thing. The language in this new culture now, you can't say nothing because if you say this, you're this shaming or that shaming.
Mhm.
You're judging me and all this other stuff. I'm like, wait, what? What's the
I deserve
Kanye's
a
ex?
space.
Kanye's ex with the short hair, Amber Rose.
Yeah.
Slut shaming.
Oh yeah.
I was done.
But see, even let me just say this about myself. I'm currently on probation for disciplining my child
Mm.
at her school, right? She got caught smoking weed. This is the thing that she got caught smoking weed. She had got some weed from, I guess, from her grandma's house or whatever, wherever, and took it, and you know, like she's in my custody, but ended up getting caught smoking weed or whatever. Took the marijuana or whatever to school or whatever, and I was like, I basically been trying to get them to not necessarily arrest my daughter, but take her to juvenile so she can see, you know, like at least scare her or something. You know what I'm saying? I had her mom has called the police on me, mad because I'm married, you know, got a wife, you know what I'm saying? And my wife treat my daughter better than she did or whatever, you know, so, but I ended up going up there to the school and ended up disciplining my daughter, but I was trying to teach her a lesson. And what I was doing, I you know, like saying you need to stop doing stuff like this, or whatever. And I grabbed it and I put on the ground or whatever, and was making it look like real loud and all this other stuff. I'm like, y'all ain't did shit to help me, you know, bring, you know, like try to get counseling and everything. You know what I'm saying? But it's like time I do something, y'all ready to arrest me, lock me up and all this other stuff. So they ended up like I said, I'm making it look like I'm, you know, hurting my daughter, whatever. She get up, no bruises, nothing, no scratches, nothing. DFACS come, you know, the child services or whatever come and check on her. Nothing wrong with her. A month later, like she ended up getting suspended like twice or whatever for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks again, and then after that, she had to end up getting transferred to another school. The day we tried to transfer her to this alternative school, they arrested me, even though nothing was wrong with her. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why they arrested me was because it was on camera. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. But I feel like this. I've did so much to try to talk some sense in my daughter, taking, you know, video games and all this other stuff and do all this type of stuff. But time that one thing happened to me, I end up they changed it from a misdemeanor to a felony. You know what I'm saying? That day when I was going to court or whatever. Right. So the thing is now, you know, they said 5 year probation or whatever, and you do 2 or whatever, 2 years of probation, you'll be clear. So I'm in that process of it being taken off my record and all this other stuff. But the reason why I brought it up is because I know how it is to where you end up doing something, you know, like I've been in my daughter's life since day one. I always taught her positive stuff like you're intelligent, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're creative, you're unique. always trying to feed her positive information, positive stuff or whatever. But
Right.
because of her mom feeding her all that love and hip hop bullshit, thinking, yeah, deadbeat dad, he ain't shit, I'm taking him to court for child support, blah, 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 and all this other stuff. And it took me to court, child support, and all this stuff or whatever. And I ended up getting custody, gaining custody and all this other stuff. So her mom was so mad at me for getting custody to where she kept my daughter out of school for 60 days, 40 days, I think, and then 20 days the next or whatever, and saying that she didn't know where, my daughter was or whatever. Like, where's your daughter? She missing school and all this other stuff. But my daughter was actually right next to her, but couldn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, but if I was doing all this stupid ass, crazy ass bullshit, they ready to arrest me. And time, like I said, the day I did that or whatever, I just realized, like, nowadays, man, all you have, you just gotta, if you got any children, pray for your children or whatever, and just be careful with the stuff that you do, because they'll try to easily find ways to try to get you in their system and lock you up and all this other stuff, even though the mother is the real scumbag. I ain't saying all mother, but I'm saying my baby mom in that situation was the real scumbag, the real bitch in this situation, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, So, like it go back to what Uchida was saying about how they just bring all that shit in and try to classify you as, like, the man as this big bad person. So it's like, okay, yeah, we got him on video doing this shit, even though she ain't got no bruises, nothing. Nothing is wrong with my daughter. Nothing is wrong at all with her.
Right.
The police officer even said, I appreciate you discipline your daughter, you just can't do it here. I don't know if I said this to y'all before, but I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you disciplining your child, but you just can't do it up here. So I'm gone. We able to leave or whatever. But then a month later, they like, okay, now we're gonna try to arrest them. You know what I'm saying? So like they just try to find ways to try to constantly destroy me. But like I said, if I was the one that was out here allowing my daughter, like once my baby mom didn't allow my daughter to come back or whatever, they said file a missing child report so it won't come back on you. So that's what I had to do. But see, that right there, all that shit her mom was allowing my daughter to do, and my daughter was going along with that shit ended up messing my daughter up more, you know what I'm saying, in the long run. It's all about trying to control me. So a lot of time people do all that stuff to try to just control you, and shame you and all this other stuff, or know that you're the better parent, but try to whatever because they see the child as a paycheck instead of like it's a fine, like I said, a paycheck or whatever,
monetary instrument.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, you know what I'm saying, because they ain't no shame on me or anything, you know what I'm saying. I just want y'all to know, like, if y'all ever come up like, oh, David got this, there's this video of David out here beating his daughter to death. I had to make it seem like it was worse than it actually was. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, my mind frame was, I done did a whole bunch of stuff to try to get my daughter to cooperate. Like, how they say, take the video games from them, do this, do all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't go out here and just go get my Switch, and you start beating the shit out of them or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't do that. But like I said, my voice was loud. I made it look like I was hurting my daughter or whatever. But like I said, you get up, you ain't got, my dad beat my ass before. You know what I'm saying? My face was swole, eyes black, had, like blood clots in my damn eye and all this other shit, you know what I'm saying? So, like intention is the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? So if you're trying to put on a show like a wrestler or something, like you making it look, I'm trying to push some shit in my daughter's head, like you can't be out here doing this stupid shit because you can get locked up for it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, if that ever come out or whatever, just know like it's nothing they can hold over my head. You know what I'm saying? Or shame me or anything, because I let them know like my daughter was out here doing some stupid ass dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like I said, my intention wasn't to hurt my daughter, because if I would have tried to hurt her, she would have been black eye, bust lip, all that stuff. But that, I'm just saying, like, it's just fucked up how they just try to like I said, AD, shame him and all this other stuff,
Right.
Somebody's just trying to discipline their daughter, whoop their child, because if they go out here and do some stupid shit, they gonna lock them up for the rest of their life or whatever. But
Yeah, and they, as police, they're not gonna care about your child. They just gonna lock them up, or whatever. Pop a couple of shots in them, and then be sent home on leave and be told just lay low. But yeah, I appreciate you for telling us, like, still giving us that heads up or whatever. The way I look at it, don't feel ashamed or nothing, because at the end of the day, this is the type of stuff that we've always been talking about. The problem with our people is we have been led to go into single family homes where we used to be back in the old day. I'm not going to say too old days, but like in the 40s, a family, we were a tribe. Everybody in the family lived together, and now we no longer have that anymore. Grandma live across town over here. Auntie so-and-so live across town over here. Uncle so-and-so live on this side of town or whatever, and mama live over here. It's nobody is really our family units. We've really strayed away from like that whole tribal thing that we used to have, and that old families used to have. Elders used to teach their families. You used to be concerned with each other and one another. If you ain't seen so and so at church today, you take them a plate after church, before the family eat dinner at the family house. You take and give them a plate and take care of. But we don't have that mentality anymore to look out for one another or anything like that anymore. So, like I said, it's just is what it is. It's nothing to really be ashamed of. It's just the way I'm hearing it from you. It's just you're trying to be a father the best way you can be in a world that's telling you as a so-called, I hate using this word, as a so-called black man, as a Moorish American man, we live in our own homeland, and they trying to make it seem like as men, you all cannot parent your children, and that's BS. It's straight up BS, so it just is what it is, and I just want to say before we end tonight's show, I just appreciate everything that you've contributed tonight with us, and being not so much vulnerable, but just sharing with us that type of stuff, because this is what we try to do at the Drop Squad, try to be as honest as we can be, but also try to let folks know that we out here, we don't have to be acting a fool. All it takes is just the remedy to most of our situations is just having a space where we can vent to one another and talk to each other, and then learn how to move in life a little better. So as always, I'm always appreciative of that from you, Brother Dave, and I appreciate you being with us tonight and getting as much off your chest as you needed to, because I thank you for it, because it was much needed anyway. So thank you for sharing all that with us and teaching us and giving us wisdom as well, and just letting us know that nobody is perfect. you know, no one. So I just gotta say, just thank you for that. And
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just that people, like we were talking about earlier,
hmm
try to hold certain things over your head or whatever, or guilt shame you or something like that. It's
right.
like ain't nothing somebody can hold over my head, and like I said, to where, oh man, you gonna let that out? Don't let that, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I say that, to where just um, you know, especially for men out here, you just have to be careful how you bring your child up and all that stuff, because you can't do certain things like your parents once did, or how to whoop them and all that stuff, so
Right.
just finding different ways where they know that if they take certain things out where you can't whoop your child and all this other stuff, that's
Mhm.
gonna make the children lack discipline, you know what I'm saying? So through by them lacking discipline the way they do, when they lack discipline, they gonna be, it's an easier way for them to get, go to jail and all that stuff, or get in trouble, go to jail or whatever, an easy
Right.
way to that prison system. So so you just, like I said, nowadays you just have to just pray for them or whatever, and just, I mean, you don't have no children, do you, Willa?
Nah, thank God I done. My little nieces and nephews, man, they drive me crazy. And this
Yeah.
little only child I got is this little. Where's Scrappy? Do where you at? My little cotton ball over here. This little
Hmm.
Maltese of mine.
Yeah. So
Nah,
that's the thing, so all that just tie back into all the stuff that we've been discussing today,
right.
um, I don't know,
Indeed.
man, just appreciating this stuff, man, and just like I said, everybody thinking 2020 or looking forward to 2021. It's like you don't know how this gonna be, man. You still gotta appreciate this
Right.
present moment, and even though it look crazy and all that other stuff, but just be grateful that you're able to see through all the bullshit.
For real. I just cannot wait till next. What is it? Is it
Next
Tuesday?
Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
I just can't wait for Tuesday to be of next week to be just
Hmm.
get it over with. I'm sick of this. I'm
It
over.
is.
I've been over it. I'm just tired of. I'm just. Oh my god!
So
I don't know if I can even endure that day.
let me ask you and Supreme real quick
Yeah.
that question, this last question, in reference to what do you think is gonna happen next week, next Tuesday, as far as like the election go, and also um if Biden gets in, how do you think the world is gonna be after that? So that we're gonna go for asking both of y'all right quick.
Oh my god! If Biden wins, oh lord. Ugh. the same the same way they trying to make it seem like if Trump win again, that's how I look at with Biden, because not necessarily just because the people that don't like Trump are saying that's how they feel about Trump, but it's more just because of the facts of the whole situation with Biden. Like, look at what is really happening. And I know, like, people were like excited when the laptops were released by Trump and his lawyer Rudy Giuliani. And yeah, it was shocking to finally learn what was on that laptop and how everything came out. But I remember saying to myself, I was like, damn, I kind of feel sorry for Hunter, because it's like, what type of childhood did you have to have where you grow up and become this type of guy? Just straight cracked out. It's got pictures of him in bed, knocked out with the crack pipe in his mouth, or whatever type of pipe they say it is. And he's been dishonorably discharged from the military. he's allegedly got pictures of him having sex with underage, I think little boys or whatever, allegedly though. It just makes me wonder, like, what the hell is really going on with that situation, and what type of man really is Joe Biden that he has this type of son. Like, what the hell happened? And it also made me kind of wonder, like, what happened with his first wife and his daughter, because they were both, I believe, killed. I just don't trust. I really cannot say that I would trust Biden being in office. Just look at the last 47 years, he spent being in politics. And what do we get for it? You know what I mean? We got nothing good for it, not just as a nation of people, not just as a community of so-called Black people, just really across the board. For 8 years that we had him and Barry Soetoro in office, what did the United States corporation, because we're not a nation. This is Al Morocco, and the Star Spangled Banner is the corporation. But what did they really get from them being in office? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just God help us. I hope that's not the case. Come this Tuesday, I really do. That's just how I feel.
Gotcha.
As far as Trump, I look at him as like, I don't have no real problems with Trump like everybody else does. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the way that he's moving, because the way I see it, he gives people just enough room to hang themselves. And what I mean by that, he was taught by the best mentor you could have when he was coming up. A guy named, I think his name is Roy Cohen. And he taught Trump when he was young. He said the best way to get at your enemy is to make your enemy angry and let them destroy themselves. I believe that's what he said. So I'm just enjoying it. I really am.
What about you, Supreme?
Primo, you there still with us? You there? I think he said he had left. He left the house earlier. He took two phone. He took his other phone with him, and one of them he left at the house.
Okay,
I
so
think he's still out.
I guess So I guess with that, we could just end it there if you want to, and
Yeah, sound good to me, man. Yeah, I can't wait for our next episode. Like I said, thank you again for sharing so much with us. This the type of show night that I've been wanting to have. I like this. I like this David. Drop them bombs. Get it off your chest, man. Get it off your chest. Let it fly. Fuck them. Fuck these athletes, these entertainers. They don't mean us no fucking good. So I'm with you, man. Fuck them.
yeah, it's like some of them have good intentions, some of them don't. You know what I'm saying? But it's just certain things. The ones that when they do speak, if they speak in some BS or whatever,
Yeah.
That's when you have to kind of check them in a sense. But like I said, nothing personal against LeBron or whatever, and whether all the great things he has done, as a person or whatever, but to be that type of person and to be proclaiming that we're scared as a people and all this other stuff, kind of it don't sit right.
Yeah. That's what I meant to ask you. Did you see that Chelsea Handler bullshit debacle with the
With 50
crying?
Cent, huh?
Not that one. It's a post of her crying on our Instagram, I guess. But this is the thing. She's got a HBO special that just came out.
Okay. So she getting her name on back out there in a sense. Yeah. Yeah, using that.
Yeah, the crocodile tears, they don't work on me anyway, because I studied this shit in school. I studied the entertainment and that whole, field, one in entertainment, music, movie, whatever. I just see, I know every trick in the book that they use. So
Mhm.
it's not surprising to me. And Chelsea Handler out here trying to talk about weed, just like LeBron James. Chelsea Handler is doing the same thing, talking about crying on her Instagram page with those fake crocodile tears, talking about that these black people, they are so scared. They're scared. We have to protect these black people.
Mhm.
Like, bitch, please.
It's like you ain't. I'm not gonna allow LeBron or nobody to try to set me up for no slaughter. Oh, they are.
Right.
They are scared.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. It's just
Mhm.
like I was saying earlier. It's like a few decades ago, somebody like her grandmother would have Emmett Tilled us on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Got us in trouble talking about we tried to snatch a purse or something. Now, decades later, these type of women are, as the granddaughter generation of today, out here. I don't know how to explain. Well, I do know how to explain. It's kind of like the narrative, it's still the same kind of, it's still the same kind of, I guess, dessert pie. It's just with a little change in the ingredients, but it's still an apple pie.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
with that, I want to thank you for being with us again, bro. This has been a very, very insightful episode, and I can't wait to chop some of it up and post it tomorrow and let people see the little tidbits, because you had some on fire moments tonight. I just gotta let you know that and thank you.
You're welcome.
Man.
Thank you, Willa.
No
And
problem.
all the stuff that you do and the preparation that you put into this, and the chat, the Zoom chat and all that stuff, on Instagram. So
I try. Thank you, brother.
No, you're not trying, you doing, you know what I'm saying? So you're doing it. So, keep up the great work, and like I said, look forward to seeing you Sunday, talking to you, and chatting before then, but like I said, just appreciating this platform and you being able to do what you do to make the Drop Squad, your Cheetah, Oliver, Dunn, Faye, everybody, Supreme, everybody who come in and make this thing do what it do, so
it's a family collective effort. I'm just proud to know all of y'all, and it's just a blessing, man. It's just really a blessing, man.
On Sunday, I'm gonna just be quiet Sunday. No, I'm just joking.
Yo, you better bring that fire like you did tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, y'all. We are the Drop Squad. That is it for us tonight. As always, thank you to everybody, our future viewers and listeners and everything. We'll see you Sunday. We are, as always, the Drop Squad. Round of applause, everybody. Good night. Peace and love. We out. Good night, Dave.
All right. Good night. Good night, Willa. All right. Peace.
Take care, bro.
All right. You too.
All right. Bye, Supreme.